Jesus
gamers?
Christ. Okay, hello everybody. Welcome back to the creations of Gildmoor. It's gonna be a fun session today. Say hi, everyone.
Hello. I got a weighted blanket and I'm really happy today.
Everyone's mics
Goodbye.
are peaking.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. We're gonna run through what happened last time and then jump into tonight's session. So, last session, you guys all dealt with an Akenthi problem. Those damn little cat owl pests, they fucking sucked, my guys. They raided over the ships, started causing some serious problems, just in general being all around pieces of garbage. But you were able to chase a majority of them off or kill them, in Cecilia's case, before getting pelted by a bird falling from the sky, which was pretty dope. You all then just kind of cleaned up the ship, and Mirabelle, you took an opportunity to kind of like delve a little bit more into your backstory and tell everybody about what it was like being an assassin for the infamous Allery Syndicate, which, was not fun at all. You delved into a little bit of your past, but as you did, Coraline kind of noticed that it seemed like someone was listening to what you were doing. And you guys were able to trace it to a stowaway on the bottom of the ship. That halfling you had encountered, Mirabelle, Clothy, who realized quickly that she was being pursued, but managed to outsmart all of you and take the impulsive Nev as hostage and then dive out of the ship, carefully getting herself to the ground and confirming that she was also investigating the Allery Syndicate. Back on the ship, Nev, you told the group what you heard from this mysterious figure, and Mirabelle confirmed that it was in fact Clothy. And you finished your story about your tale of the hooded figure that gathered the souls of the dead, the Gravekeeper, letting go of your beloved companion, Luna, and being cut down and waking up in the body of a tiefling. As this tale finished, there was a moment where you confessed that you were likely a target for the Syndicate and that the rest of you would also be similar targets, leaving you all to think on that for a time. The next morning, you cleaned up the ship. It was nice and spiffy. You raised new clean sails, and you began to pass through the ancient mountains of Vesivon and the volcano, Mount Vesivon, over the massive lake that borders the two countries in Gildmoor. You went through the mountains for a little bit before one of you caught a glint up in the sky in the shape of something none of you had ever seen before, but only heard about in tales of legend, not seen in hundreds of years. An approaching red dragon. So, as this thing approaches in the distance and slowly flaps these massive wings, it's beginning to make its way towards you, that small red glint becoming ever so bigger. Everyone on the deck has a moment where they just freeze. What do y'all do?
Nev goes, I'm not fucking with that, and goes under the deck. I'll shoot down a giant goose, for sure. I'm not fucking with someone that's not supposed to be alive.
Well, that's one thing to do. Okay, so looking at this quickly approaching fire lizard, how can I quickly tell how far it is, and obviously just how quickly it's gaining on us?
How quickly is it gaining on you?
Yeah, is it like every second it just gets bigger, or like how much time we might have before it's basically right on top of us?
It's coming fast. You have maybe, if you look at it from the distance, the volcano's a distance away. You're not dumb enough to fly near the volcano, but enough that in the captain's shock as she sees this like figure of an ancient being that hasn't been kind of heard about in a long time. Like, dragons aren't common. Even the captain is kind of like gripping the wheel and kind of just looking, and everyone on the deck's frozen. You get the sense that it could be here in a minute and a half. You don't have a lot of time.
Okay, and we're aware of the fact that there's a bright and shiny new sail, right?
It's not bright and it's not shiny. It's just glinting in the sun.
It's just glinting in the sun.
Yes. Actually, nothing is technically happening yet, so I think this music's more appropriate.
Are you playing the? What do you mean? Why aren't you playing DuckTales?
I'm not playing DuckTales.
Danger right behind you.
This is not a DuckTales moment.
I think this is a DuckTales moment.
It's a tense moment for sure.
It'll be I don't know. I would love DuckTales to be my death song.
Okay.
We'll play it. We'll play it if we all go down in flames. Shall we promise that? Shek's promise.
Okay, shit! Aurora's going to look at the captain and go, I'm assuming this is not normal with travel.
Holy shit, bud. Is that a fucking dragon? Is that a real dragon?
I do believe it is.
Kiona, who's standing on the edge, kind of like backs up. You see her whole halfling form is like shaking. She turns to all of you. Ayo, that's no ordinary dragon either. That's Neijan.
Can I make a intelligence check or like a history?
Yeah, you make a history check.
Ooh.
Woo!
It's an 18.
18. Though not entirely aware of this particular dragon, you put some pieces together. A couple seconds ago, Kiona, this would have been an hour and a half ago, when Kiona was approaching Mount Vesivon, she was talking about this dragon, the name of the dragon that is said to stalk Mount Vesivon. Referred to her as Neijan the Molten Queen. You are able to put some pieces together. There are ancient legends about a beast that lives in Mount Vesivon. Mount Vesivon itself borders Cambridge, which is one of the larger cities on the north end of Ospedon. And it has a very old nobility, like an old royalty. And their crest is actually the symbol of a dragon. Not Neijan the Molten Queen, but the dragon who supposedly opposed Neijan, which would have been the gold dragon Herring, Harring. Herring and Neijan were mortal enemies, and with the help of the Cambridge army, about 1,000 years ago, they were able to combat the dragon and kill it.
To kill Neijan or to kill Herring?
Herring allied with Cambridge's troops to kill Neijan.
But Neijan's here.
No, there's a red dragon coming towards you.
There's a red dragon coming towards us.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't know if that's some special red dragon or not, but anyway, that's a fucking red dragon and it's not supposed to fucking exist.
Cecilia is going to go up behind the captain and just like kind of like run and be like, nobody is moving fast enough. We have to go.
The captain kind of looks at you and goes, Bud, you want me to outrun a dragon?
Try.
Okay.
Won't that antagonize it, though, even further?
I think shooting at it would antagonize it. I don't think us, flying like we already were is going to antagonize it. I think it's going to fucking catch up anyway.
Okay, Buds, you killed a goose, so I'm gonna leave this up to you. Do you want me to floor it, or do you want me to stay put? But you gotta tell me what to do, because...
Excuse me, it's your ship. You were the one who put that fucking shiny big target on us.
I'm under your employment!
Just go fast.
You hear her
Go
go,
fast. All right.
floor it, Broomy, floor it! And the engines begin to light up. Around the back, you guys see, like, this, like, dark green that begins to just, like, ving, 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 like, go around the actual sphere. And, Captain, Amaris just kind of hits the gas and begins to, like, push forward a little bit. It's, the sails flap in the breeze, and the ship begins to move, and as it does, you hear in the distance, as this, like, shape just, and the bigger, as it gets, like, bigger and bigger in the sky, it begins to divert and begin to move faster. It was not going at full speed originally. It now is.
Oh, shit. That was both in and out of character.
Okay, if it's going full speed, it's just trying to catch up to us, you know? Maybe it just wants to talk. We're just going really fast, you know? It's just gonna catch up if it wants to talk.
At this
From
point...
its angle... Oh. What was I say? From its angle, is it gonna come up, like, at the back of the ship?
It was originally. Now you see it kind of diverting, and it looks like it's trying to cut you off.
Okay.
Boy.
Nev leans over to Viz, is like, hey, if things get real bad, you and me gotta dip off the side of the boat.
I can get, like, maybe 2 people, make them float down, maybe. You know, with funny, you know.
Yeah, I have Featherfall right now, so maybe, but, you know, it'd be better if they were, like, a distraction, you know? We could just, like, go.
I mean,
You know we can hear you guys.
No, you can't.
I mean,
With that in the voice.
Aurora's just watching this dragon the entire time. It's like, and she's just not looking away from it, just more of like, why is this thing chasing us?
For sure. It's getting closer. It's still a fair distance away. You can't make out distinct features, but you can see, all things considered, this dragon is large. It's big.
If this... Man.
It's...
Mhm.
As the wind kind of blows, you guys are getting a bit of a tailwind here. It is kind of moving towards you, and as the wind rushes behind the dragon, you see its wings kind of fold back. It's got, like, wings that are probably about, I want to say, if I'm being generous, wingspan of about 280 feet wide. In general.
Can I try something dumb?
Can I ask something real quick before you try and do anything?
I'm gonna quickly just narrate something else happening on the ship very fast. At this point, out from the captain's quarters, you see, as the ship's lurching, you all kind of have to hold on because the ship is not meant to go this fast. And you have been warned before about how if the ship goes too fast, it could
break.
consequences. But the ship is going fast, and as it does, out from the captain's quarters, you see Ginny's like gauntleted hand as like armor sprouts along the side of her arms and covers her. And she goes, "What in the hell is going on out here?"
Aurora's gonna go, there's a red dragon chasing us at the moment.
Bullshit.
It's not chasing us, it's trying to cut us off.
What? And
Oh,
Bridget
never mind,
steps
yes,
out
it's
and
trying
goes,
to cut us off.
"Did you say a dragon?" And looks up and goes, "Oh, fuck. Do we have a plan for dragons, guys?"
No.
No, because we thought they did not exist anymore.
Well, this is new.
Can I
And
do a thing?
sorry, yeah.
Yeah, I'm
What
not gonna
thing?
shoot it, so don't worry. Okay, so I have 3 locks in my inventory that I stole.
Okay.
I want to use my magical tinkering on all 3 of them, so then they emit light and shine really brightly, and then I throw those 3 locks off of the ship.
You just throw them off the ship?
First, again, no, I first imbue them so then they look all shiny and, like, sparkly and stuff to make, because, let's see, Imbue a tiny magical object with magical property of your choice. 5-foot radius light, up to 6 seconds long recorded message, emits odor of nonverbal sound, blah, 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 blah. I want to make it light up and look all shiny. These, like, you know, these three junky locks that I stole.
Okay.
They're just like padlocks and stuff. Like, so they're big in Nev's hand, but like they're just normal pets.
I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to make something that looks valuable get thrown off the ship to see if the dragon gets tricked to go for it.
Yes.
Okay. This is what I'm going to have you do. This is going to be a straight roll. I need you to just make, period, just a general persuasion check.
A general persuasion?
Yeah. And let me look at the dragon's intelligence. Okay. Actually, this is deception. And I'm going to counter it with an insight with the dragon.
Yo, I rolled a straight fucking 18.
Just period 18?
Yes.
Okay. Dragon's wisdom is not that high. Okay. Okay. You do that. You guys watch as the dragon's the dragon's head kind of tilts, and its body begins to go into a dive.
Okay. Because it's like, because of how it's been getting kind of closer, because it's sped up and stuff, and now it's diving. Can I tell if this thing wants malicious intent right now?
Yeah, can Aurora as well? Because I feel like we've been watching this thing.
Yeah, like I wanted to see if like this thing is like specifically like going out at an aggressive angle, like.
Yeah, like is there aggression in its actions, or is it just?
Or wants it just to stop us?
Yeah.
Are we gonna insight check a dragon? Give it an insight check.
Okay.
Both of us or just one of us?
One of you, both of you can make it.
Okay. That was so both of us? Okay.
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 I rolled a 16 plus 3, so that's a 19.
Okay.
19 plus 4.
Oh!
Dragon dice, baby!
Nev just automatically assumes that her plan worked because she's so full of herself.
She didn't even look over. She just literally threw them like, ha, sucker. And walks back down still.
Yeah,
Like,
exactly.
I'm gonna go take a nap now.
She's like, alright, problem solved.
Okay. The dragon is kind of hard to read, but Aurora, you're able to kind of catch the energy here. And it's interesting because you insight check it, like you're checking its body language, and something else kind of registers instead, and that is the connection of a chase. There's a very much an aspect here of a hunter enjoying a search for prey. And like a cat with a mouse, it might toy with it for a bit first. You're not sure.
Okay. And so right now, and so now we're watching a dive down. We don't know if it's going for the shiny or not, right?
You are not entirely sure, no.
Okay. Aurora's going to look at Red and go, "This thing is toying with us. It's a game of cat and mouse. I do not know if it fell
very
for...
intense cat-mouse game.
Yes. Something tells me that us going faster is only going to make it more entertaining."
What do you suppose we do then? We have to keep going.
Yes, that's the hard part. This thing was trying to cut us off. You said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now we're running from it. Which means it will
Now it's
now go
nosediving,
faster.
though. Now it's nosediving.
But do we know if it actually fell for it or not? It could be pretending.
Cecilia is she's running to the different sides of the thing, and it's just everybody is being far too calm for what is happening.
Well,
I'm gonna need everybody to
The
give a
one-
little haste.
That's
We don't have
the
time
one
to
who
talk.
died multiple times. Almost
Yes.
died.
Aurora doesn't look like she's panicking, but she's panicking.
What can we do? We fight it, we're going to fight a dragon. We run, it's going to chase. What do we think you want us to do?
I'm going to tell you guys what the crew is doing right now, because they have not been given directions, so they are in full panic mode.
Okay.
At this point...
Can Cecilia give them directions?
Yes, what direction would you like to give them?
Cecilia's trying to do.
They are trembling
Cecilia's
and shaking. They look like they're going to pee themselves.
Yes. Cecilia's going to say, Captain, keep going fast. Somebody
Yes, ma'am.
go help downstairs and make sure the ship doesn't blow up.
Nev.
And then everybody else who is available should start loading weapons and just readying them. They should be ready to shoot.
Fine, I'll go downstairs, but if things start looking bad, start just throwing glowy shit off the boat. Dragons love shiny bits. And then she marches downstairs to the engine room.
Okay. You march downstairs to the engine room. At that point, I'm going to say, who on the crew is not stupid enough to stay on top of the ship? Lizanne, who's strong, knows that all of the heavy arms that don't fight are going to be needed to make sure the ship doesn't fall apart. So she goes with you, as does Saphir. Kiona is shaking in her little halfling boots, but she goes and she stands next to Captain Maris. You see her kind of like put an arm out, and you hear the captain. They have like a small conversation. You hear the captain go, Kiona, go downstairs. And Kiona go, nope, not happening. I'm staying right here, whether I get burned alive or not. And stands next to the captain and kind of like just stands next to her just in case somebody has to grab the wheel. Bridget and Ginny draws her sword. She looks at you all and goes, where do y'all want me?
It's,
If the dragon gets any closer, I'd imagine you're going to have to hit it if it tries to attack us, but...
Can I go to the side, Shax, and look to see where it did a nosedive?
Yeah, you lean over the side of the ship, and you see that it had dove down, its wings folded back, and it dropped into, like, a backwards dive. It's a very confident maneuver, likely on purpose, as the dragon kind of spins, and then the object that Nev had thrown, you guys are going fast, but it catches one of them and holds it up, and you can see it hold it up to its face, and you can, like, almost hear in your head the sound of it sniffing as it kind of drops the item and, like, whoosh, begins to pick back up and head back towards you. You guys are going fast. The dragon is going faster. So I would say that you guys you could probably outrun it for a couple more minutes before it will inevitably catch up with you.
Does it look like it's going to ram the ship, or does it look like it's angling to just, like you said, still cut us off?
You can't tell, because it's now changed its flight maneuver to catch the object. So you're not sure.
Okay.
I'm just checking my inventory to see what other bullshit I can throw off the boat.
I will say, Aurora, she is watching this thing. She's not looking away from it.
Okay, you will not lose sight of it. It's a big fucking dragon.
Yeah. But it's like, I'm definitely just trying to get as much of a beat on this thing as I can. Like, just trying to gauge what it's doing. Like, obviously can't read its thoughts, but just trying to read its body language as best I can.
Oh.
Is the puzzle box shiny?
Oh, God.
The puzzle box?
Puzzle box that, old Shambler, what we assume is old the puzzle box that I found that had the magic funny ring in it. The Rubik's Cube that gave, and Mirabelle an aneurysm. Is it shiny?
Not shiny, it's russet. It's like a russet brass.
What do I have that's shiny? I have loose change with holes drilled into them.
I was gonna say, you're also downstairs now, right?
Yeah, you're downstairs
any
now.
way to make us go faster?
Is there a window downstairs?
So you go downstairs. So Nev went downstairs. So Nev, you see an active shit show downstairs. Brilmy is rushing back and forth, grabbing these wires, yanking them, trying to make sure that all the literal fires that Nithine erupts along the lines are extinguished. Now remember, when Nithine pumps through these tubes to go up to the engine gate, if you pump too much of it too fast, it starts to burn the tubes. And so the whole place smells like burning rubber. Because Nithine is a very, very toxic and very, very acidic material. So it's rushing so fast that the tubes don't have time to like cool down before compensation. So a lot of the rubber tubes, like she actually has to take a pair of pliers and bend them so that they go through faster. So she's sweating, she's yelling orders at Lizanne, who's doing the same thing on the other side, but Lizanne doesn't have gloves on her hands, so she's just grabbing the tube and going, ah, as her hands literally burn, trying to stop the ship from falling apart. It's hell down here.
Yeah, Nev's like, okay, I don't know who the fuck told you to do this, but this is not gonna work. That dragon's gonna catch up to us at some point anyways.
And
Nev's
what do you want us to do?
Stop going so fucking fast! Nev then shouts up to Cecilia. It's gonna catch up either way! It's either gonna catch up to us or we're gonna explode before that happens.
Well, we'll explode if it catches up anyway, so... We're all gonna die. We're all gonna die. This is incredible. And Cecilia is going to just go to the front of the ship.
You turn, Cecilia, and Bridget catches your arm and goes, we're not gonna die.
Yes, we are.
No, don't you remember reading about red dragons in school? And that's definitely a red one.
No!
Jog your memory! And she literally reaches up and slaps you. Like, slaps you across the face. Jog your memory,
Love
Cecilia. You're smarter than this. As you get slapped, roll a history check.
She's knocking some sense into ya. As this is happening, Nev's just throwing her loose change with holes drilled into them off through the window, just like, eat this, sucker.
Does the slap give me advantage?
Yes.
Sure.
Cool. Okay, dirty 20.
Okay. The dirty 20. Dragons are vain creatures. They're incredibly vain. So much so that often particularly a red one like this one, could want something. Very likely if it does want something, it'll be something like treasure. It might be willing to barter with you. It's an option. And Bridget kind of goes, the Ruby Valkyrie have collected a lot of stuff. I've seen it all in the underbase. Maybe there's a way we can talk the dragon into, I don't know, think it will come back later. Or, I don't know, giving it something else. Can we offer up something?
Okay, new plan. New plan. Get the strong people to start bringing up crates of treasure. And then Cecilia's going to turn to Viz.
Okay.
Well,
You're very persuasive.
sure, yeah.
You think you can cut a deal with the dragon?
I kind of out of my wheelhouse, but I can certainly try.
I can help.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
Cecilia will then look at the captain. Do you have a list of everything downstairs?
I mean, yeah,
Treasure, spoils.
Treasure?
Alrighty. Yes?
I mean, we're scavengers. Most of the stuff belongs to other people, but I mean, fuck it. If it's our lives, take what you want.
Okay.
I don't see
I'm
how
gonna need an
treasure is going to
itemized
help
list.
us unless you're planning on stealing and jumping ship.
If anyone's gonna be stealing treasure, it's gonna be that dragon right there.
And we're gonna try and bargain with it.
Do you have another sail?
Another...
Like one of your
Who's
fucking
Sal?
shiny ones.
Oh, Sal! It's like, who the fuck is Sal? That accent threw me. Oh my god.
Yeah, let's give up Sal. Give up Sal. He's shiny.
Get him out of here. He's a
Get him
outta
outta
here.
here!
Fuck Sal. I hate that guy.
Sal.
Next to you, Jeff goes, "My name's Sal." Anyway,
And probably when he says that, everyone just gives him a quick look of like,
the captain kind of just goes, "I mean, this is our backup sail. We had the first one damaged. You're gonna have it fixed before we put it back up. You need another sail there, bud?"
Damaged one.
Damaged. Like, we were just going fast, but bud, we were not even gonna move another. We'd be at half speed flying that other sail.
I don't think it's the sail that it wants.
But maybe we could
Aurora's
put
gonna
the
look at
stuff
Bridget.
in the
You
sail
said it.
so he could carry it.
Shex, real quick.
Sorry, hold on. Sorry, Swolf was saying something. What were you saying, Swolf?
Oh, sorry.
Aurora looks at Bridget and goes, "You said red dragons want treasure?"
I mean, I've only heard a couple stories, but we used to have these books in Ayabesh about how red dragons were vain. They collect things, hoard them. You know? That's what dragons do.
What sort of things?
I don't know. Whatever you might find in a treasure hoard. Gold, paintings, platinum, people. Dragons always like slaves.
Perhaps if we're going to barter with this thing, it wouldn't hurt to ask what exactly it wants.
Ginny kind of steps up, puts her hand on Bridget's shoulder. As she does, you see this pink energy erupt from her hand and wrap around Bridget like a pink aura that kind of shimmers around her. And she pulls her hand away, straps her shield on, and goes, "And if y'all can't barter with it, I'm gonna go down swinging, because I am not getting burned alive. I'd much rather be eaten by it."
Okay. Did they slow down the ship, or is it still speeding?
At that,
What?
I am going to actually. That was
think I need to...
unreasonable.
Thanks, I hated that.
Okay.
We do have people who have headaches in here.
I did not think it was gonna be that loud.
Holy shit!
I think I need to change my underwear now. I'll be back.
Did that come from your mouth?
I almost cried. I almost ripped my headphones off.
You talked to your brother, was that mouth?
Are you okay? Is everybody okay?
So I just took like 1d4 psychic damage. It's okay.
I almost
I
threw
took
my
1d6
headphones.
psychic damage.
I almost threw my headphones and I got so mad when I couldn't turn down the music bot and it wasn't working to turn whatever that horrible noise
I
was
am gonna
off.
put the soundboard volume at 60%.
Oh my god!
Okay, Shax, two things. One, that was evil, and two, can you please show me how you did that? Because I want that for Christmas.
Oh no!
Anyway, let me try that shit again.
Oh god, okay. Slightly more bearable.
Okay.
That was slightly more bearable. Oh my god.
Holy
But also to have that be the response to Rhett's question. Like a little rude.
I was like listening so closely, I'm like, where's the answer? And then that just screams in my ear, I almost threw my headphones off.
Sorry, y'all. I did not mean to for the the whole thing. The whole time you were all like, "Oh," I was like, "Oh,
Guys,
jump
I have
scare,
goosebumps.
jump
Out of-
scare."
Just put me out of the game. I am not in the game mindset anymore.
Sorry. Anyway, the dragon suddenly rises up next to you all, and you hear it like in your ear as it kind of drops and hovers around. "You would do wise to stop your advances and bow before Neijan, the Molten Queen." And you see what is probably a pretty fucking big creature, about twice the size of that giant goose, as the scales shimmer with this red intensity and a heat that wraps around the whole shift as you hear it exhale and smoke and charcoal cover the ship. What do you all do?
This is our character. So it is a girl dragon.
It's a girl dragon.
Dragon. I'm
A
sorry.
girl dragon.
Did it in the last campaign. I'll do it again. It's a girl dragon.
Oh my god.
What do you do?
Uh-huh.
Tell him to stop. Tell him to stop.
Oh yeah, Nev's like, stop the fucking ship.
The captain, whose hands are shaking. Yeah, but sure. Billy, cut the engine! And the ship just keeps at a nice, soft hover pace as the dragon again circles and looks at you all. Kind of just like takes you all in, turning left and right as it looks at you all. Bow.
It says bow.
It said
His
bow.
bows.
I'll say Aurora, she does have her glaive in hand, but she kind of like puts one end on the deck and slowly does kind of like a sort of like goes down on one knee. But her eyes are her eye is still on this thing.
Do the rest of you bow?
Yeah. Do like a little bow nod.
Nev is underneath the deck, so like she's she's
When
hiding.
you start to bow, then you're like, what the fuck?
No, she's hiding. She's hiding.
Mirabelle's kind of frowning at this, but that's hidden by her mask, so the dragon wouldn't see that. They just see Mirabelle bowing. Begrudgingly, but she's bowing.
Let me just look at something.
Well, hello there.
Hello. You would do wise to address me by my title, human.
Did I just get called a human as a tiefling?
Yeah, you just got called a human.
Yeah, you got
Goddamn.
you got called a human. Any humanoid is a human to dragons.
And what was the name again?
Neijan, the Molten Queen.
John, the Molten Queen. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Neijan, the Molten Queen.
I sense hesitancy. Do I not frighten you?
Oh, you do?
Then why
That might
do
be
you
why
not
I sound
cower?
hesitant.
And the
You're
full
very
beating-
intimidating, wonderful presence. A wonderfully intimidating presence.
Aurora like slowly looks at Rhett.
Are you making fun of this dragon? Are you making fun of this
No,
dragon?
he's not! He's complimenting the dragon!
Oh, it sounded sarcastic.
No, it's tense because he's like, this is a very, very, I'm scared! And I'm trying, though! It is not sarcastic, it is trying to be well-intentioned.
Well, humans. I have spent many moons sleeping under the mountain, and I am ready to reclaim what is mine. So, it's your lucky day. Bring me an offering worth putting under the mountain, and I will let you go on the floors of Vesivon. Your ship
Wait,
will make a fine prize.
Out of character, I'm like contemplating. Should I give him my taser?
I don't know if a taser's gonna cut it.
I don't know. It's a one of a kind thing.
Out of character salute. So basically, wants everyone here. She wants everyone here. Everyone go back with her.
She wants the ship.
She wants the whole ship.
Yeah, includes that's all on top of it, or we go.
No, she said she'll let
underground.
us go. She'll let us walk. The rest of the way.
Your offer is give the ship or die. That's your offer.
Tells us to make an offer and just says she wants the ship. Yeah. We were like thinking about. Well, I've got. Well.
It's like, what we got? Oh shit. Aurora kind of lifts her head a little because she's still been like bowing. And is there anything else you would desire in place of the ship?
A ship holds many great things, you know.
I am aware of that. That's why I'm taking it. So, leave.
I would
character.
like.
I'm not mad about her giving her the entire ship.
I would
I
like
ain't mad
all
about
of you. I would like all of you to make an insight check against the dragon.
An insight check against the dragon? Oh, I'm not good at those.
Oh.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Cecilia. Big talk for somebody who is not even close to the size of the ship. The dragon is smaller than the ship. Not much smaller, but smaller.
Nev got a nat 1, so 0. So Nev's just like, oh yeah, maybe we should give him the ship. I mean, I don't have a problem with that.
Can Cecilia look at the eyes of the dragon?
Sure. You look up.
Do they look real?
They do look real. They are beady. They are a deep, like, fire red. Like the most vibrantly red eyes you have ever seen. Make a perception check. Only because you got a nat 20.
$17.
Okay.
This seems important. I'm going to use saving face to add +5 from all of my allies around me. So 22.
22. Damn. Okay. With a 22, this dragon talks. It's a real dragon. Sorry, as you can tell, it's a real dragon. The scales, very much real. Those claws, very much real. It's fiery hot, so you're very, very concerned it's going to open its mouth and blow like fire at you. But at the same time, something about the scales is just a little bit too red. It's a little bit too red. And then you kind of think on it, and you think of all the depictions you've seen of, like, Neijan. Because, like, Neijan is kind of like a Gildmoor legend. Like, you know, after being reminded, like, you remember the story, right? Like, and you remember something about a monster in Cambridge, and then you think about how those scales were always described as, like, a slightly darker russet red. And you look at the size of the dragon, and you look at the color of the scales, and you look at the proportions of it compared to the ship, and you just have a moment where you're like, is this Neijan? It's a bit young to be Neijan.
Cecilia will stand and address the dragon.
You stand as you do. The dragon whips its head towards you.
Will you be the first to jump, Goblin?
I would, Neijan the Molten Queen, but I must tell you, this ship is worth nothing. It is what is on it that is the real treasure.
Make a persuasion check.
That's a natural one, so I'm gonna re-roll with Chronal Shift.
Okay.
This is a deception check.
No, this
You
is
said?
persuasion.
Persuasion. 21.
21. The dragon stares at you and just... And as it huffs, you get that smell again, that, like, burning charcoal smell.
Pray tell, what is valuable?
Cecilia will look at Kiona and say, bring the Molten Queen the finest treasures you have on this ship.
Who do you direct this to?
Kiona.
Kiona
And the
shaking.
captain.
Kiona's shaking and just goes, yes, Cecilia. And just begins to dart down the stairs.
Do any of us pick up the Cecilia's plan? Just like because of her tone.
I think she would just kind of like... She's staring at the dragon, but it's very much in like a... Let's just wait.
Can
Like,
Nev,
Okay.
can Nev try to sneakily snap a picture of this dragon? No, when she would have to electrocute herself, but you know what? It's worth it for the
Does-
headlines.
Your camera has a flash, doesn't it?
Even worse, it
Oh.
makes a taser noise.
You snap a picture of the
Covered
dragon?
flash?
Yeah.
Okay. Click. The dragon.
It more sounds like zzz.
What is that thing?
Oh, this? It's the Zappy Box 3000 TM. It's a taser, which is a word I made up. It basically could take a presentation photo without having to actually use presentation.
Give it to me.
All right, and she hands, and she holds out her camera.
The dragon snatches
Nev
it.
doesn't want to die.
The dragon snatches
It's like,
it,
yeah.
and you see in a single claw as the tail around it. The tail, by the way, wraps around the side of the ship and around the post that is like right above the captain. The captain literally eeps and like kind of hangs onto the wheel as it kind of like stares at you all and holds this in its hands. The picture slides out and the dragon takes it.
It shows nothing.
And turns and shows you like the little Polaroid that has yet to develop.
Oh, just give it a minute. Just give it a minute. The picture will fade into view in just a moment. It just needs to develop real quick. Just needs the exposure to light, and then boom, 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 and it hasn't developed yet at this point.
The dragon turns back over and peers at it. Jesus. I'm
Meg,
gonna
I
make
swear, if your camera is what saves us,
it's an arrogant fucking dragon. It'll really like seeing a picture of itself. I don't know. It looks at it and goes,
A portrait fit for a queen.
Yep, exactly. You can take as many as you want with that device.
Mm-hmm.
oh god, is this the beginning of dragon Instagram?
Yeah.
Dragongram.
Congratulations, I just
Two,
invented the
two.
first dragon selfie.
Oh my god.
The dragon
Viz
leans
is-
in. Go ahead.
Viz is gonna lean over, and after Nev says, like, oh, you can take as many as you want, he's gonna be like, and it's the only one like it. No
Oh,
one
yeah.
else got that.
Mm-hmm. Make
It's
all
the
your little
original.
dragon friends jealous.
It's an original.
Yes, made by the finest artificer ever.
Absolutely. It's a Voidwalker original.
Device worthy of one of a kind. This suffices from you.
And the dragon reaches over and lifts 4 claws to scoop you up. Nev, do you allow this to happen?
Sure. Nev
dragon.
doesn't want to die.
The dragon snatches you in a claw. You feel the heat radiating around you as you're held right up to the face of this dragon. You are so small in comparison to this thing. It holds you in its claws.
Nev is just like smiling, but it's one of those like uncomfortable, scared smiles.
Nev is donkey. Nev is donkey.
No. God damn it. Yep, it's all yours.
The dragon holds you there and sniffs. There's a moment.
You created this.
Yep, it's kind of what I do.
Cheers to the creator of Neijan's greatest treasure.
Sniffs you. Then pauses and sniffs you again.
Curious. Is this from another world, fairy?
Did we hear the dragon
Yeah,
say
we
that?
totally
What do you
heard-
mean,
we
did
totally
you
heard
hear
that.
the dragon say
We totally
that?
hear
I
that.
just wanted to
Did
know.
you hear the dragon say that? It's holding your friend in its claws.
Dragon just whispered that, like.
Wait, what did it ask? Did this come from another world?
Did this come from
Fair,
another
and
world,
called-
fairy? And called you fairy.
Aurora looked at her.
Yeah.
Did she just call her a fairy?
I mean, it
I mean,
came.
she could rock a pixie cut.
Oh my god! And Nev's like, well, I mean, I'm from Umberfall. I made it in Umberfall. You want my address? Because I made it in my lab there.
Viz face palm. He is saying goodbyes in his head to Nev right now.
For many years I have dreamed of my return to the world. Dreamed of reclaiming the draconic throne of Gildmoor. And now, you have given me a tool to share my strength. You have done a service to Neijan.
And drops you.
I'm glad to do. Yeah, I'm glad to do business with you.
The
Floats down.
you float down. At this time,
Her legs are like shaking as soon as she hits the fucking boat.
Imagine like you land on your feet and then you just plop onto your butt.
Yeah, well, yeah, but she's just standing there shaking. You can hear like the metal rattling from her like metal leg.
At this point, Kiona returns to the surface in the deck of the ship. There is, Lazan is carrying several chests under the arm. Kiona has, like, this, like, portrait painting in a corner and, like, this, like, staff. It looks like some kind of, like, fancy staff. And they all kind of, like, bring it forward and drop it. And they bow. And then look at Cecilia.
Molten Queen, we have some more gifts.
The dragon steps up, sniffs.
This will suffice. Now, I am taking this ship. Go.
I mean,
Now your magma-ness. if I may.
Did you just call her your magma?
Oh god, here we fucking go.
Magnificent, if you will. You really don't want this ship. This thing's got some weird fluid running through it. Just trying to fly away from your magnificent speed. Magnificent speed. Almost rip this ship in, into strands.
oh
This
yeah,
thing
no,
is gonna fall apart at any second.
It's a mess down there, believe me.
It's extremely flammable. And the minute that thing goes in your home in that volcano, it's gonna blow up your house.
There's also feathers still in parts of this place we haven't even found. It'll give you allergies, darling.
Oh yeah, and the kitchen smells like rotten cheese.
Mm-hmm. It's just not good. It's like
And
it's
horse manure.
Viz looks at the captain. No offense, this is a pile of shit. And this is
Captain
in
Maris
fact,
kind of just looks at you like wounded.
Oh.
just don't worry. Don't worry.
Now, this is a very big death trap for you in your home. This is like you put out a mouse trap with a magnum on one end of it to get the mouse, but you're gonna step your foot in and it's gonna blow your foot off, kind of thing.
Oh,
And
that-
It will
I've
literally
said that before.
explode on. It will literally explode on the way of taking it back.
I hate that.
Hate that.
I hate that. I hate that. I hate
Why
that.
did it
I hate
get
that.
louder?
I don't know. I made
Hate
it.
it,
I
hate
made
it.
it quieter. I don't know why it went louder.
Enough.
Make a persuasion check.
Does Viz get help because we were all
Yeah.
talking with him?
Yeah.
We're
Sure.
talking with him.
Sure.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'm about to say.
Oh, okay. So I get advantage then.
Yes.
Okay, thank God.
Wait, is it persuasion? Yeah.
Yeah.
Net 20.
Oh.
That's 26.
Nat 20. This is the best.
The dragon peers over and looks at you. It sways its head back and forth. You see its eyes as bright as the fires of hell lean in and look at you and acknowledge you.
And what reason do you think I have for letting you go? The ship is one thing, but how about you do something else for me too?
What are you thinking about then? What's on your mind?
Sorry, I'm gonna get through this without laughing because you got it at 20.
How about you give me some good marketing?
Well,
That is easily done.
well. Viz
Rhett's shoulders
off
just
his
relax.
Viz dusts off his hands.
You all
No,
suddenly
it's
get
like-
the realization that this is not an ancient dragon. This is a young dragon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say Aurora she just turns her back to all of this, and if Rhett's looking at her, he knows that this is one of the few times where she's trying to not laugh.
Nev is just, you see my profile picture? I mean, people on the stream can't see it. This is the exact face Nev is making right now.
Aurora's just trying to not laugh.
Continue, Viz, continue.
Now, you got my sister's camera right there. That's gonna do wonders for you. You send that out. Leave that. Literally, leave like just a picture of yourself anywhere when you, for example, destroy a little village or something, right? Obviously, you could do more than that. It's like a calling card. It's like, ooh, you know. Are you trying to get followers? If you want to get followers, you're gonna need to try something a little different.
I am looking for the wealth and renown my predecessor had in the Age of Dragons. I am the Queen of Vezivan, and I will be respected. Do you think I need, like, an assistant or somebody who carries messages for me, or...
It would help. Doing like, you gotta establish yourself. I know you want to be like the old, like your predecessors and all that, but you gotta find your own thing. You know what I mean? Because if you follow in their footsteps, what's to say the same thing to that happened to them is going to happen to you? You know what I mean? So
Exactly.
if you like, I don't know, like,
You gotta stand out from the rest,
yeah, like,
Make yourself, do something different that hasn't been done before.
it'd be pretty crazy. Wouldn't expect it. Now, this is going to sound a little. You go to a village, right? You threaten them, have them pay you, maybe fees, and then you like protect the village, right? That's wacky. Dragon's never done that before. Not only do you get some loyal followers, after a while, obviously they're going to be, a little scared at first. But you treat them nice, then they're going to willingly want to follow you. You know what I mean?
I do not want them to willingly follow me. I want them to serve me.
Oh, they will. If you show them even an ounce of acknowledgement or respect, not even respect, acknowledgement, being like, hey, you did good today. They're going to be like, wow, I did good today in front of this magnificent dragon. And they're going to be like, yeah, I want to serve this dragon. You know what I mean?
I definitely felt good when you accepted my gift. I definitely felt
See?
good that you accepted my gift.
But my mother instilled fear into the hearts of the people. That's how she had her rule. I have to be like her, do I not?
You don't have to be like her.
Tiamat made me in her image.
But now you can still do things that she did, but you could do them your own way, and you can do some other things that, like, would make her proud, but also is just, mixing it up, making it put a little zest on it.
Make a persuasion check with advantage. You're trying to change a dragon's whole alignment?
You're the one, the dragon influencer.
Oh, okay, so it's one less 25.
You see the dragon. Okay. The dragon, like, tucks in its little wings. And they're big fucking wings. Tucks the wings and kind of, like, lays across the deck of the ship and kind of just, like, peers at you and gets very close to you now. And is, like, fully immersed in the conversation.
How big is this dragon to just fit on the deck of the ship?
Half of its body is off, and actually, as it lies down, the deck goes and kind of like tilts a little bit, and you see the captain go and kind of like pull the ship up a little more. The dragon gets really close to you, Viz, and goes,
Are you saying that to be admired and respected, you have to be good?
It would help. Some people, they aren't, it's just the fact of life. But, a lot more people are willing to serve you if you are, you know, somewhat nice to him.
And what of my ancient history? I was but a hatchling when my mother fell, and I have a legacy to uphold under her name and Tiamat's. Is it all for naught?
Oh no, you know, yeah, history makes you who you are. You gotta, you know, some stuff might not be too good in the eyes of people, but like, for example, if there's a place that don't like, your mother, for example, you know, just don't like her, and you come in, they're immediately gonna be hesitant, right? But if you show them that, like, hey, I'm not my mom, I'm doing some like I'm doing my own thing, I'm cleaning up the streets of crime or something, I don't know, I'm tilling the fields or something, you know, and like you're helping them out, it's like, oh wow, you know, they might not be like fully on board, but they're like, whoa, this is weird, this is nice, you know what I mean?
Yeah, you can't let your heritage or your family's history define you as who you are.
But...
You hear the huffing of and like the flame of like coals as the dragon takes a deep breath.
But who am I if not my heritage?
Aurora's going to, like, do a very awkward pat on the dragon's side and go, "You can be yourself, whoever you want to be. Do not let your past define who you are. You can make your own story." I'm cringing at how cheesy this sounds. I said that myself, not as Aurora.
And you see the dragon is like kind of like, that sounds hard. Like there's definitely an aspect of the dragon being like,
And this kindness and generosity will give respect and admiration.
Yeah,
Yes.
probably run for Congress or whatever, if like enough people like you.
Or you know, you can like help do any kind of controlled burns that people need.
You wanna like establish, like, you know, the iron grip or magma grip that you know, the dragons had before. You know, that's the way to do it. You gotta be nice. You gotta show the people that you care. You might not mean some of it, but as long as you know, as some people feel like you do care, they're gonna want to follow you. You know what I mean?
the dragon turns and looks at you, Viz, and you see like one little dragon tear that immediately evaporates away in the heat of the eye. And just another sniff.
Oh my god.
I don't know why the music is so intense.
Suddenly she's like,
Suddenly she's like, no one else can know.
No one else can know.
You still all die.
This is also epic music. I was prepared for a fight.
Yeah, we can tell.
A little.
Alright.
The dragon's lip begins to quiver. And it stands up a little straighter. And its wings fold behind its back. And it's sitting kind of like a dog. As it kind of like tilts its muzzle down to you and goes,
Little fairy, do you think I'm worthy of admiration?
Oh, this dragon needs a hug.
Of course I do. And like Viz, you know, like how in movie, like, well, the best I can think of is How to Train Your Dragon, when he like puts his hand out. And I was just thinking that. I was thinking that. He puts his hand out and like just kind of waits there, and like so the dragon can, like, you know, push against his hand. And if the dragon does, he goes, You deserve whatever your heart desires.
The dragon
Now
leans
business
in,
talking.
and you feel this fiery heat just against your hand as the dragon exhales and charcoal floats around you all.
I am young. There is much of my life ahead of me. A life I can claim as my own.
Yeah.
I will turn a new leaf. Thank you, small fairy. What is your name?
You can call me Viz.
Viz. I swear to thee, the next time you hear the name Neijan, she will no longer be the Molten Queen. She will be Neijan, the Queen of Kindness.
That's great. I love that name.
The beautiful name for a beautiful dragon.
Thank
It's
you.
quite charming.
Thank you.
You look up, and
Aurora's still kind of like awkwardly patting.
the
She's kind
dragon,
of like doing like the Baymax, you will be all right. There, pat.
the dragon stands with a vigorous, like, straightness and gazes back at the mountain as she calls her home, and then looks at all of you, and you see something steadfast kind of settle in there. And she tilts her head up. That was still really loud, sorry.
Oh, I hate it.
And roars into the
It
air.
gets louder.
And then you hear the sound of fire, bright, like, just cascade through the air, and a wave of heat hit you all. As the dragon's wings just, and it kicks up and begins to just hover next to your ship. And as she does, she leans into you and goes,
Keep your treasure. The next one I receive will have been earned through good deeds and not thievery.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Already taken some good steps.
Okay, good. I hope that this was the right way to do it. I was taking a gamble here,
yeah.
but I figured it was worth
You're
a
doing
shot.
a good job.
Okay, good.
You're doing a very good job.
It was a good
Okay.
shot. It was a good shot.
Good.
Yes,
Okay.
yes, it's quite good.
The shot
quite good.
landed. The shot landed.
Okay, cool.
the dragon starts flapping its wings and he goes,
Tiamat, I reject you and your reign of terror. I am Neijan, the Queen of Kindness, and I bow to nobody.
and with a finality, it roars into the air and begins to flap like 30, 40, 50, 60, all the way up to 80 feet above your ship. The wind gusts it as it kind of hits the ship, and the dragon turns to you all with a finality and says,
I will remember you and your endeavors. Good people deserve to be spared. Farewell, Viz and friends.
Bye, Neijan. And he waves.
Bye, Neijan.
Goodbye, Neijan.
the dragon kicks up again and roars with a finality and begins to take off away from the ship. And Fizz, you look out at this odd new companion you've just made, at the cascade along the end of its tail, and the scales glint in the light, right? They glint with this like fiery red glow. And then the tail gets like just slightly, it's barely noticeable in the wind. And then you see they fade a little bit. They don't look so red anymore. It's almost like they're turning a different color. Copper, maybe?
Oh, I knew it.
Oh,
I knew it.
And the dragon gets farther and farther in the sky, and then dives down into the range of the mountains and disappears.
I knew it! Oh my god, I knew it!
Jenny's standing there with the sword in her hand. Bridget and Jean are both looking at you all with their mouths open. The captain is like clenching the wheel.
Red's gonna fucking sit down.
Nev also sits down. Wait,
Red flops on his ass.
Out of character question. She said we can keep our treasures. Does that mean I keep my taser?
Nope, your camera is gone. It was still in her claw.
Yeah, your camera went bye-bye. It's going to be part of its influencer career.
That's fine. That's fine with me. I'll just make another one.
But you do see floating down from where the dragon left and then just skimming across the ground is a prestidigitized Polaroid of Neijan, the Queen of Kindness.
Selfie.
Is it the one that I took, or is it one new one that she took?
It's the one that you took.
Okay.
Oh. I'm gonna say Aurora just... Oh, sorry.
Well, now you know what this means, Viz. We gotta put her in the paper.
That's what I was just thinking.
Yeah.
Help her grow her new empire.
I'm gonna say Aurora just like... She just blinks and goes, well, that was entertaining.
Yep, I'm gonna go make a new taser now.
She looks down at Rhett. Are you alright?
Yeah, feel my knees.
Do you need me to help you up?
No, I need a minute.
Alright.
Well, with that taken care of, I think I have some things I need to go think about now.
Yes. Also, Viz... oh, sorry.
I said Mirabel's gonna go ahead and head back to our quarters. There's definitely something on her mind that relates to everything that just got said, but
the rest of the people on the ship are just like, the fuck?
Literally the whole crew. The whole crew's just standing there with their mouth. The captain hasn't even started going yet. She's just staring. And like literally nobody knows what to say. But everyone is standing there with their mouths open.
Aurora looks at me and Nev. So, you two are fairies?
I can imagine they go into their little huddle. It's like, should we fucking tell them?
I don't know.
While you go into your huddle,
it's like that.
While you go into your huddle, Ginny looks at you. Aurora goes, "Is that what you're taking out of that whole encounter?"
Aurora just blinks and goes,
with our lives.
We survived. Just like point blank just goes, we survived.
That's a fair point. So, Viz, should we fucking tell him, or should we just keep up the guys that no, dragons are fucking liars? We should just keep someone,
I mean, we could just like stretch the truth, We could be like, I'm like a fairy on my god uncle's side or whatever.
Yeah.
I do believe we can still hear you.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
No, we're in the huddle. You can't hear anything in the huddle. Yeah.
What can we hear in the huddle?
Yeah.
What's your passive perception?
My passive perception probably...
He's standing right in front of them.
Yeah, it's like, well, they're standing right in front of us, but my passive perception is 14.
That's enough.
Yeah, or it just goes, I can hear everything you're saying.
No, you can't.
Yes, I can, including the part of saying that you might have a fairy on your uncle's side.
No, you can't. I cast alarm.
Alarm takes a minute to cast.
Yeah.
It's like swirling. Nev's swirling her hands for a minute.
It's like, just like, no, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. No, you can't. And then after a minute,
I think that alarm means we can keep moving now on the ship.
It starts going, bullshit alarm.
Alright. Aura's gonna walk away.
Bridget takes her hand off of her chest where she had been like casting a spell in case the dragon went fucking bananas, and the spell retracts, and she holds this like wisp of this like green energy in her hands and shakes it until it extinguishes. And goes, "I'm gonna go get a drink because that was the worst experience I've ever had in my whole life. And
But
I don't know.
One of the most amazing. It did turn into one of the most amazing now.
Yeah, I don't know what she's talking about. That was pretty cool.
I don't understand how you were able to change a dragon's viewpoint. That literally doesn't happen. That doesn't happen.
What can I say? I work for the news. What can I say?
Nev gives Vince a high five.
Yeah.
Who are you people? How are you able to do things like this? It doesn't make... I'm gonna go get a drink. She walks away.
No, I can start explaining it to you. Here, I'll go get you a drink together. All right, so it all started when we were born.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Oh, God.
And then Nev tells some story that's not her backstory at all.
Oh, God. Holy shit. Alright. Well, congrats, guys. You survived your encounter with Neijan the Molten Queen.
And we made her an Instagram model.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, Aurora's gonna look at Rhett, and she will whisper this to Rhett. Is everyone on the ship not what they're saying they are?
Yeah. I think so. I think that's a pretty good trend that we've been keeping up.
Yeah, Aurora just goes,
Were you having that conversation out loud?
No, she was whispering it to Rhett. Like she...
Okay, let me roll for something real quick.
Oh no.
Ginny pushes between the two of you, and like with a force, I guess. Just kind of shoulders past you and walks in the other direction.
Rhett was sitting, so
Yeah.
Rhett's been on his ass this whole time, just like, all right.
What's your armor class, Rhett?
Oh god.
What the fuck?
What's your armor class, Rhett?
It's a 15.
Ginny leans out as she's
just up
passing.
on
She
me?
shoulders past Aurora and just like, it looks almost unintentional if you weren't aware of the fact that she has to kind of like lift her foot to do so, but she does like kind of push you a little bit, so you kind of like stumble and like have to grab the ship to kind of like hold yourself up after sitting down, and she just walks past you. What are you guys doing?
Maybe she really wanted to kill that dragon.
Aurora's gonna be like, do you want some help? Says it to Rhett.
Nah, I'm alright.
Alright.
What else do it?
Yeah.
Nev is telling some bullshit story to Bridget.
Bridget wants to throw herself off the ship. Anything else?
It's okay, that's the natural reaction to anyone communicating with Nev.
The crew are all like whispering to one another. They've moved the treasure back down to the bottom of the ship, and they're whispering to one another. And Lazan kind of like looks at some of you and goes like, "That was fucking crazy. I can't believe you guys did that. What the fuck?"
Truthfully, it was mostly Viz and Nev. They were the ones who did all the talking.
That's the craziest fucking thing I've ever seen in my whole life. Oh, we were gonna die.
Well, we didn't.
Yeah. Holy shit. And they're just like astounded. Like they're like, it's very clear that like the crew are kind of in shock for the rest of the day. It's very difficult for a normal person to see something like that and just be like chill about it. But yeah, other than that, unless there's anything else anyone wants to do today, I guess we'll just fucking head to day 11.
Perfect timing. Viz is gonna go up to the captain if Kiona's also up there. He's gonna apologize for saying the ship's a pile of shit, and he's gonna interview him. We don't have to go through the interview, but he's gonna try.
Okay. Captain Mars goes, but if you wanted to just insult the ship, you didn't have to do it just to save face in front of the dragon. You could just tell me if you don't like it here. We figure it out.
Oh.
No. Listen, Captain. I love this ship. I have never had more fun in my... You know what kind of ship I came in on when I had to go over to, like, Aspiron or whatever? It's not as fun as this. This is a good ship. I just said it for the dragon because, like, logically speaking, magma, nithine, wood, it's not that going to be good. And it was also kind of falling apart when we were going really fast. But it's a thrill ride. I love the ship. You can believe me on that.
Well, that's true there, but we do tend to get a bit more, situation. Though I gotta say, this is more situations than we've ever had aboard the ship. It's just we're flying over dangerous territory, going down a path that's a lot less traveled on. So, yeah, but the commercial routes tend to have less excitement. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. Happy to hear that.
Would you want more excitement? Not this trip. Would you want more excitement, though?
Come again?
You know, it wouldn't be this trip, hopefully. But, would you want, you know, more people to know about the ship? And you? And your crew?
Well, we're a bit like mercenaries, but for ships, bud. We kind of just pick up contracts as they come through. Can always use a little better press.
Press is my bread and butter. I work for the news. I interviewed Lazan. I don't remember if it was a day ago or not, but you know, I would love to interview you and Kiona if Kiona is up here. You know, for the paper.
Kyo pipes up and goes, "Hey, yo, boss, this will be a really sweet deal. We could get more records in here, and I could start talking to more clients." And the captain kind of calls up a hand and goes, "Okay. But here's a question, bud. Do you want me to give the interview as me? Or do you want me to give the interview as..." And she pulls the sash around her shoulder and spins and does a 180, and the coat kind of, like, falls. And you realize that, like, somehow during the day she had changed in, like, this pink, like, flamingo-esque, like, bard's uniform with, like, a sash across the middle, and pulls out what looks to be, like, a fake, like, lute made out of, like a duster and, like, another, like, piece of, like, wood that's been attached. "Fiona Bunruckle, the legendary bard of Arcos."
Viz's eyes sparkle. Viz just goes, "All the above."
"Sit down. We're about to have a conversation."
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You get a pretty good interview. The captain actually tells you about how she grew up in the Fey realm and went to school there, and she's actually old as fuck. The captain is anywhere... Age is, in her words, time is weird in the Feywild. She's anywhere between 600 to 2,500 years old. She's not entirely sure.
Damn.
But, yeah. She moved to the material plane when she was somewhere around that age. And then it was like her body just started aging at 21. And now she's 27 and has been with the crew for 7 years. Kiona tells a similar story, you know, raised in a small halfling village in, like, the north end of Gildmoor. Moclesia, actually. Kiona's from Moclesia. Traveled south, didn't like the cold, so she traveled south. And the captain was hiring a navigator, and she applied for the job and had no experience, but got it anyway because the captain liked her.
Aww.
Yeah, and since they have been inseparable. They were the original two on the crew.
Aww. I love this ship.
Cool. All right.
This was so cute.
So, with all that being said, let's move on to day 11, shall we? We're getting pretty close. As you guys wake up the next morning, the light is rising and you're now passing over a northern point of Vesivon. You had remembered seeing the city of Cambridge in the distance. You are far beyond that now. You've passed well over it into the night. And as you're kind of like getting your bearings and waking up the next morning, you can see that there is, you look down and see like this like bridge with this like water stream underneath, a pretty thick water stream that's probably coming out of Loch Me Loch that like flows kind of south. But you pass over like the smaller points of the mountains and you see this big creek, and then you see this tiny little town. It's like pretty small. It seems to be built around mines. It reminds you a little bit of Freyford. But what makes this different is that the colors in this area tend to primarily be like composed of like orange mason bricks and this dark or like maybe like dried like muddish material that's been like used as like plaster for a lot of these areas. But that's not the shocking part. The shocking part is that beyond this, and as you kind of gaze out from the front of the ship onward, you just see desert. Just this thick orange desert. The sun is hot. It's cool up here, but it's like really starting to warm up. And the captain, as she's kind of navigating, grabs the wheel for the day, shifts with Kiona, goes, "Good morning, buds. We're passing over Sudbury on the right, and if you look forward, you will see nothing but the scathing tundra for miles. 3 more days' travel, and we will be arriving in Westover, so hang tight, and let's hope the dust storms don't get us." And with that,
Yeah.
we'll take a 15-minute break.
Cool.
See you back here in a bit. And I'm gonna get some water. Okay, welcome back. We're back. And you guys are on the skyship, and I am going to switch up the music a little bit because I don't think we need this excitement anymore. It's just a chill time. Which is always fun. So I'll swap it out. No, we're not gonna be sad. Why would we be sad? We're not gonna play sad music, guys. We'll play some peaceful stuff. So, with your next day of travel, who has not rolled for a second time and is ready to determine what happens to us today?
I can do it.
Yeah, go ahead and roll, Cecilia.
8.
8. Roll a d4.
4.
4. What do you fucking know? You're really lucky. Okay. The tailwinds are once again in your favor. And with that speed and acceleration, Captain Amaris lets you all know that once again you will have gained a day of travel. It looks like you are catching up to the events of what you had missed that first day and are now actually ahead of schedule, thanks to a very safe and shockingly fun encounter with a dragon. You are able to gain an extra day of travel, and you are flying over the desert. It looks like you're probably going to get there in 2 days' time. It's looking good.
Nice.
Yeah. As this peaceful day of travel starts, you know, the crew goes about business as usual. It's a lot more lighthearted. They actually start a puzzle on the deck of the ship and invite you all to join them at certain points. They just kind of put pieces together when they have free time, and it looks like a big puzzle. It's like a 5,000 piece puzzle on the deck of the ship.
Hell yeah.
And, you know, Bridget's really into it. She's, like, putting all the pieces and organizing them by color first and, like, really figuring it out. Ginny's really bad at it. She gets frustrated and gives up in 5 minutes.
Nev's also having a lot of fun with it.
Aurora just, like, gets very, very focused.
Viz doesn't know what he's looking at. He's like, well, I don't, whoa.
Viz, darling, you need to keep standing so you could see if we're forming a picture here.
How you doing that?
You see, here's the thing. If Bridget's organizing them by color, Nev is organizing them by shape.
Oh.
That drives her nuts. Every once in a while she'll look over and go, that's not how you do a puzzle, Nev.
It's like, well, that's how I do a puzzle.
What color was the barn you were raised in?
What?
What color was the barn you were raised in?
Green.
Aurora's just like,
Red's just
like
snorting.
her one eye is just darting around, like finding the matching spot, finding the matching piece, grabs it, puts together. Finding another matching piece, grabs it, puts together. Just like, just rapid fire.
So are we doing this like the chaotic way of starting in the middle out, or are we doing it the edges first?
Nev is starting in the middle.
Oh.
Bridget is sitting in the
edges. Nev is sitting in the middle, let's be honest.
Yeah.
But this is a pretty big puzzle.
Yeah. How big are the pieces?
No, they're
probably itty-bitty.
They're big pieces, like they're decent size, but it makes a big puzzle. When I tell you it's like a big puzzle, I mean like landscape-wise, it's big. You actually see at one point Lizanne, who's not super into puzzles but is like excited about the prospect of building it and putting it together, brings up these 2 pieces of glass and is like, when we finish the puzzle, we're gonna put it behind glass and hang it up downstairs.
That's a wonderful idea.
We need to protect her at all costs.
The puzzle is slightly difficult though because you actually don't know what the picture is. The box it's in is completely blank.
Oh, that's fun. That makes it even more fun.
We roll to see how far we get into this puzzle.
Sure. Roll a d100.
It's gonna tell us our future.
I thought it would be an intelligence.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be intelligence.
No,
damn.
you're all working on it together, so no.
Okay.
We all roll a d100 or just Rhett's doing
one
it?
person, and we'll use it as a percentage of what's been
Can I do it? I want to try out my new dice.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Did you already roll wild?
I was getting my dice to roll.
Okay, I was gonna
Can
say,
I-
if you want to give it to Nev, go for it, but if you'd already rolled, that's the number, so.
Yeah, you can go.
Let's see. 47.
You're 47% of the way through.
Oh, sweet.
You just had us roll to see what percentage we were at?
Yep.
And they're like, oh, you're like kind of halfway through. Well, I guess that's the same thing. Never mind.
The more precise math.
You can roll again tomorrow.
Nev is having a lot more fun with annoying Bridget than she is actually working on the puzzle.
I'm gonna say at one point, Aurora gets up and, like, needing a break, she goes to just, like, probably, like, the front of the ship if there's no one there to train once again, but she's also just kind of looking at the desert.
Okay. At one point, you feel a tap tap on your shoulder.
Her ear flicks and she turns.
Ginny's standing there in her armor with her sword in her hand and goes, I fucking can't stand goddamn puzzles. Would you like to hit me instead?
Aurora blinks and goes, yes, I certainly can.
Fantastic.
I will at least try.
Woof! She swings her sword at you.
Okay, Aurora, like, having her glaive in hand, goes to block and then returns the strike.
Pose athletic checks. We'll see who wins the spar.
Oh god, this okay.
Nev goes, oh, fight!
They do this often. You guys know that this is
Aurora
the
next.
joke, but it's still fun to watch.
Yeah.
But I feel like Nev forgets.
Yeah. It's fun
Is
too.
that
'cause-
athletics check?
Yeah, it's fun too because this isn't necessarily training. This is just a fun little spar. So you actually get to use like more of the ship. It looks a lot like when like Ren Fair actors are like using their surroundings. Like Ginny ends up like grabbing one of the ropes on the ship to like swing around and like get behind you and stuff. It's fun. It's a fun little spar. Pose athletics.
That was a 19 for me.
Okay, you there's a point where like Ginny spins around on the rope and like goes to like strike you in the back of the thigh, but you're expecting it and you actually take the glaive and you take the flat side of the back of the double-ended glaive and you kind of just up and shift and the longsword goes flying out of her hand and you point the glaive up and tag her and she is out. She's like,
Nice.
fuck. Good win, I suppose.
Well, you certainly didn't hand it to me.
Fair. Anything else anyone would like to do today?
No, chilling.
No? Amazing. Sunset in the sky. You guys have another evening of relaxation and quiet. You've gained a day of travel. It's wonderful. Sphere makes a really good dinner. It's like a really hearty soup, and everyone just has a really good time eating it. And you all go to sleep. Nothing ails you as you do. The desert's sun is very nice on all your skin when you rise up the next morning again. Who would like to roll for today?
I can roll, unless you want to, Mirabelle.
I was about to say, I don't think I've rolled yet for a second time.
Yeah, you can go.
Awesome.
19.
19. Another clear day. Everything is normal. You guys have another really relaxing day going over the scathing wilds. You look over the side and at some point you can actually see things like kind of moving in the desert. There's like, at one point you look down and I'm gonna roll just to see who sees this because that's fun. It's better to roll than just pick someone at random. Viz, you lean over the side of the ship and you see this giant white worm fly out of the ground and grab a bird that's sailing underneath and yank it back into the sand.
What the fuck?
Yeah, get that.
What? What do you mean, big worm? Like,
It's a big fucking worm. It's like a worm that's probably 30 feet wide and 300 feet tall.
Oh, that's an Alaskan bullworm.
oh my god. Viz will direct people over and be like, yo, look at this worm.
Do I actually know what kind of worm it is? I want to make a nature check.
You rush over to the side and you look over and all of you miss it. It's like when you were driving and you see a deer in the woods, and by the time everyone turns their head, it's gone.
Do I know of giant worms that live in the desert?
There are lots of things that live in the desert. But seeing a giant worm is not surprising. The scathing wilds are fucking scary. That's why people don't usually traverse them on foot.
What is this worm, though? I want to make a nature.
You didn't see the worm.
It's a big worm.
Could have been a wide variety of desert worms. You didn't see it.
That's all Viz says. He's like, it's a big worm that got a bird out of the sky.
Okay, what color was it? What variety was it?
I don't. It was like.
Do you know like?
I don't know. It was pale.
What's his name?
You know what this conversation reminds me of? You know when somebody has a bird feeder and is really good at naming birds, and they are like, "You saw a bird, but what did you see?" And you're like, "I don't know. It was black and it had a red feather." And they're like, "Okay, what kind of beak did it have?" And you're like, "A beak." Like that. That's what I feel like this conversation is right now.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on.
It's just, I don't know. It was a white worm. That was it. It got a bird out of the sky.
Different white worms. And she starts naming them off.
While all this is going on, can Aurora just kind of look around for Mirabelle?
Mm-hmm. Mirabelle, where are you?
I would say Mirabelle's probably with everyone else, trying to look over the edge of the ship for this worm that Viz supposedly saw.
Okay. Aurora's just gonna kind of scoot over to Mirabelle about trying to be as casual as possible, but probably totally failing miserably at it. And just kind of lean on the rail next to her, just kind of like put her arms on it and go, how are you doing?
Mirabelle's just gonna kind of side-eye Aurora. I'm doing alright. How about yourself?
Well, considering that our resident bard was able to convince a young red dragon to not kill us, quite good.
That certainly was something, wasn't it?
Yes. She kind of glances back at Nevin, Viz, as they're having their worm argument. Yes, apparently they... Yes, that was indeed something. She looks at Mirabelle. I'm sorry, I'll leave you alone. I do not want to disturb you.
It's quite alright. I honestly probably should be getting more used to socializing with people again, all things considered.
Yes, and Rhett tries to tell me to make friends? And talk more, I think. I'm not good at any of that.
Well, it's one of those things that just takes time and practice. I should know, considering I've been through that song and dance once before at least.
Sounds a little frustrating to have to start all over again.
I suppose. But I suppose that's also what makes it a challenge worth pursuing. Especially since I have a whole new cast of characters, I suppose, that I can get to know.
Aurora kind of shuffles her arms a little. Yes, that is certainly a good way to put it. Well, I do hope that, regardless of all of our unique asides, that you do feel safe with us.
I mean, the fact that you all seem willing to stick by my side, in spite of what you now know, that's comforting enough.
Aurora kind of does a small smile and nods. I understand that. Rhett still chooses to stay by my side, even though I'm a bit of an odd one. And of course, I always choose to stick by him. But though sometimes I worry that I annoy him.
I think if our little group says anything, it's that we're all a little odd in our own ways.
Yes, indeed. It's more fun to be odd than to be normal.
I think I can agree with that.
And I can certainly say that normal is probably the farthest thing any of us really are.
I would call it overrated, personally.
Or just kind of does a small chuckle.
You know...
Yes?
Something about what was said to that dragon yesterday has been weighing on my mind. We told her not to be defined by her past. And yet, here I am, the living embodiment of everything my past has built for me, whether I like it or not.
I disagree.
How so?
Rhett said that not that a god would not just reincarnate you into the body of a tiefling just to do it, right? And it seems as if you've been given a second chance. I would say now's the time to show that you are not your past. And that you can indeed, as Viz and Nev said to the dragon, be whoever you want to be. Yes, as Red has so called you the honest assassin, who's to say that you even have to be that? You can make yourself in an entirely different image. Quite literally, in that you are a tiefling and you were once a human. Be thankful that you at least have a past to remember.
You don't remember your past?
Aura's ears kind of droop a little and she shakes her head. I haven't for a very long time. Only fleeting moments.
Well, I thank you for trusting me with that information. And with any luck, as we continue our travels, maybe we can fix that. See if we can get you remembering who you were. Help you become whoever you wish to be.
Aura's kind of quiet for a moment. Her ear flicks again and she glances over to wherever Rhett is and then looks back at Mirabelle and goes, "Thank you. I will say that Rhett is probably one of the reasons why I'm able to be here now, if that makes sense."
Sometimes all you need is someone willing to put faith in you and give you that chance. I know that firsthand.
Was it with Luna?
Mirabelle kind of goes quiet for a moment.
I'm sorry, I did not mean to.
No, no, you're fine. It's hard to think that if Luna hadn't taken a chance on me, if she hadn't convinced her friends to give me that chance, that I wouldn't even be here. But I can't call that a bad thing. Because the alternative would have been either sitting in a jail cell or continuing to do Severine's dirty work for her. For all I know, I probably could have been on the opposite side of this little issue with you lot.
I don't think any of us would want to cross swords with you.
Noted. But Reds is certainly looking out for you. Never see that as a bad thing. We'll figure this out. Together.
Or, smiles a little. Her ears, just kind of do another little flick, and she goes, "Thank you. And I hope I'm not overstepping when I say this. I'm sure that if Luna were to see you now, she'd be very proud of you."
I would think so too.
And I guess with that, Aurora just turns and watches the horizon.
Okay. As that happens, and you begin to kind of take stock in everything that you guys discussed. Rhett, what are you up to?
I mean, are we still in the moment with the worm?
Oh no,
Or we all
that was just something Viz saw in the desert. You would be going
I'm
about your
building
day.
a puzzle.
You're building a puzzle.
I'm building that puzzle. I'm building that puzzle. I really like that puzzle.
You're building a puzzle, and sitting around you, Kiona's taking her break. She's working on the puzzle with you. Ginny's sitting across from you. Her arm is off, so she's kind of sitting there just staring at this, like really struggling and really trying to figure out what pieces go where, just not making any progress. And whoever else might be around making the puzzle. Your belt and there's like aspects of your belt that are touching your thigh, are getting really warm.
They're getting my belts are getting warm?
Yeah, you feel warmth coming from your belt.
Can I feel around to see why? Is it because of the sun or
you reach up and you put your hand on your belt, and the second your hand collides with the hilt of your gun, you flinch because the gun is burning.
Okay. He's gonna get up, stretch. Gonna, he's gonna get up and stretch and kind of excuse himself, maybe to go get something to eat, maybe, go downstairs. He'll...
Okay, 1 second. Are you lying?
Yeah.
Make a deception check.
He's not going to eat. Yeah. That is a 19? Yes, 19 total.
19 total. Okay. Where do you go?
Is the room where we usually sleep empty? Because it's usually our party, so everyone else is around. Would that room be empty?
Yeah, you're all making a puzzle on the deck, not too far from the entrance to the captain's quarters, so yeah, the room would be empty because it's on the other side of the deck.
Okay. Good there.
Okay. 1 second. Just gotta roll
go there and... Okay.
Okay, what do you do?
Can I touch the gun again?
You reach down and touch the gun, and you look at the hilt of the gun. And on the hilt of the gun...
Ah, Jesus Christ.
is this skeletal face that winks at you.
Bounty?
And the gun, your hand moves to the gun, you grapple the gun, and you pull the trigger. And as you pull the trigger, you expect to hear this bang, right? But the gun doesn't fire. Instead, you pull the trigger, and this white mist erupts out of the gun and takes a form in front of you. And the form is of the skeletal and, this is so loud, the skeletal and suited, the skeletal and suited form of Bounty, who puts his hand in his pockets, winks at you, and goes, "Hey, old Rhett, how you been, my guy?"
I mean, we've been great. I mean, we're having quite a wonderful adventure, it seems.
Oh yeah, I
Wow,
saw
what are you...
crazy shit. You know how hard it is to change a dragon's fucking viewpoint on life? You're doing a fantastic job. I'm mad impressed.
Thank you, darling. But what's with the burning sensation? That was a little alarming at first.
I was just trying to get your attention. Did it work?
Yes. I'm here now.
Yeah, I had something I want to say to you. Fuck, what was it? I got a little distracted. Mimsy's giving me some
already
issues.
forget.
Well,
You do this a lot where you constantly forget.
Well, I'm a busy guy, right? I got things to do. Things to work on.
I told you to pace yourself a bit better when you need to come out.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay, I can figure this out. Okay, so here's the deal, yo. You ready for it?
Okay.
All right. Hang on to your pants.
My pants are being held up by my belts. What's going on?
Fantastic.
Is this good news? Is this bad news? What's going on here?
Oh, it's good news, right? I promise, it's good news.
Okay.
Yeah, it's time.
Time?
It's time.
Right now.
Well, no, not exactly.
Wait.
Time's a little wobbly wibbly, but it's time. You ready for your bounty?
What do you mean, like, right now? He's kind of... Rhett's, like, smile kind of, like, falters a little bit, just like... You mean going over back to handle things?
No, don't be stupid, Rhett. You're on a ship, heading exactly where I need you to be going. We got a thing that we're doing exactly what we need to be doing. Do you hear a dog? Sorry, I hear a fucking dog. I don't know where it's coming from. Weird. Mimsy, stop switching into a dog! He, like, yells into the gun. And you're, sorry, boss! Okay, so, here's the dealio.
Okay.
I need you to start looking for clues. You're gonna Scooby-Doo this shit, okay?
Who is Scooby-Doo?
You've never heard of Scooby-Doo?
No.
The Hellhound and the four companions that solve mysteries in Arcos? Legendary crew. You never heard of them?
No.
Damn.
You're making us so hard, Shucks.
You're really missing out, Rhett, dude. Come on, get more cultured. Okay, so, are you ready or not?
Yes, I've been ready for a long time.
Fantastic, then here's what you gotta do, okay? You gotta do exactly what you're already doing.
Okay.
Do you know why?
Just... Why?
Because I've been doing some snooping. And it seems like you got some much bigger conspiracy theory going on under here. So, there's a figure, okay? That creepy little halfling that was living in the bottom of your ship.
Yeah, that one?
So it turns out, she's cool. You didn't hear from me though, but she's cool.
Okay.
That
She's
companion-
cool, like, we can ally with her?
Well,
Or-
if you want to, I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I can tell you she ain't a problem. She ain't somebody I'm gonna be putting a bounty on anytime soon. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But what I am saying is that her companions know a bunch of shit. Did you look in her pockets, right?
Sorry, what did you say? That last bit, like, I couldn't
sorry.
hear.
Did you look in her pocket, right?
The halfling's pocket?
Indeed, indeed.
I didn't get close enough.
Well, it's a good thing I'm a slippery little bitch. And he reaches into his pocket, and hanging off of the end of his middle finger, like coming down the side, is a wrapped up necklace with a single pressed orange gem in the middle of it.
Rhett's eyes sparkle. A very slender and very slippery bitch. How the fuck?
Oh, I stole it from
What
Nev.
is that?
Nev didn't realize she was fiddling around. She was grabbing all over that halfling, trying to like steady her fall, and she actually put her hand around the pocket, and I saw it slip out.
Own?
And so- what?
Did you say phone? I
No,
thought I heard
no.
phone.
No, I didn't say phone. What's a phone?
I don't know.
I don't know.
That's why I'm asking
it's
you.
weird, right? Come on, dude. Pull your shit together, dog. We gotta figure this.
I'm
Okay,
trying my best.
Okay, so Pocky's been fiddling around. I took a peeky, just see what's going on. I snapped my fingers, piece of my hand. Turns out, this shit's useful. It's a symbol. You get what I'm saying?
Okay. What's the symbol of?
What do you mean? Tosses it at you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Okay. That's cocked. That's the same better roll. Okay. 13 plus 4. So
Yeah, that's fine. You catch it in your hand and you look at it and hold it in your hands, and it's a orange gem, and you see that there's streaks of brown throughout it, like really subtle brown. It's like a polished gemstone, but there's more orange than there is brown. That's a fancy looking stone there. You know what it is?
Can I make a check to see what kind of stone it is?
Do you
or,
have
like, what it's
proficiency in
related to?
jeweler's tools?
No. Well, I'm not trying to tell what type of gem it is, but like, can I guess the correlation to something?
No, you have no idea.
Okay. You're kind of losing me here, Bounty, darling. I'm not going to lie.
Jesus Christ, Red. Pull yourself together.
Who is Jesus?
So, you never heard of Jesus?
You got it.
Legendary hero from
You got
Zuhana? Died on a cross to save a whole village? You never heard of him before?
No, I don't
Damn.
come from Zuhana, darling.
Read a history book, Red. Come on, dog.
I have.
Okay, so here's the deal. That shit right there.
Okay.
That is a pretty expensive tiger's eye gem. You know how I know it's expensive?
How?
It's got more orange than brown in it.
Okay.
You wanna hear some crazier shit?
Yeah, let's continue before you lose it and talk to Jesus again.
Crazier thing is that gem came from some kind of royal family.
He looks at the gem again. Can I make a correlation with that knowledge?
No. Unless you can make
No.
a correlation or a guess. Bounty is making no sense.
Yeah, okay. All the Bounty see is Rhett looking at him, looking at the gem, looking at him, looking at the gem. I'm like, you got... Okay, I'm following. So it's from a royal family.
Yeah, or some kind
Okay.
of fancy family. It's from people who
Fancy
got
family.
money. You gotta be.
Okay.
Yeah. Does that seem like a
Rich.
standard old mercenary to you? Unless you stole
Definitely
it.
not. That's... Probably. I'm not surprised she would steal it, though, so where are you going at with it?
Turn it around.
Turns it around.
On the back of it, you see a Roman numeral with the number 2 on it.
Okay. Is this a second of its kind, maybe?
Ding, 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 motherfucker.
Okay.
That
so there's more
tells
of
me.
these.
That tells me that somewhere, following that trail of that little halfling, you're gonna find a second contact.
Okay.
And I'm
So
guessing,
look for someone.
just putting 2 and 2 together, somebody in the alley or syndicate not going to be very closely associated with nobility of any kind. I, Rhett, smell a fucking rat.
Interesting.
Sure is.
Definitely where we're going to find a little bit more knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, you want me to be looking for more out for this little thing.
But do you know why?
Clue me in.
I'd be happy to. You think it's odd that all this shit's starting to show up with the Hollow Pantheon? Find that a bit curious?
It is, you know, I didn't expect to run into it a lot. It's kind of like, you know, putting his hand in his pocket.
Mm-hmm. But what if it's not curious, Rhett?
What are you implying?
Well, I gotta get back to work, but I'm gonna leave you with a little bit of food for thought. A, because it's fun, and B, because I like to watch you squirm and try to pull the pieces together. Very, very fun.
You know, there's a kink for that.
Here's a little tip for you. He completely ignores you.
Okay.
Here's a little tip for you. What if it's not curious? What if it's mad? Bounty fades into smoke and disappears back into your gun.
The gem is still in his hand, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Rhett puts the gem in his pocket, and he's just like, fuck. He's like, ugh, god damn it. He's a little frustrated, a little thinking. He's thinking a lot. He's gonna go slowly towards back to the door, try and make way out.
You go back slowly towards the door. You peek. What are you looking for?
Just anyone that's like, you know, in the vicinity, because it's like, you know, he's gonna be walking out just like after not doing anything. Actually, he's in his room. He's actually gonna put the gem not in his coat pocket. He's gonna stop, turn around. He's gonna actually put it in his backpack.
Okay, so you don't go to the door.
Not yet. Okay. And then he's gonna put that. I'm gonna go back and put it in the thing, and then go back to the door.
Okay. You go back to the door. You begin to push the door open. Or sorry, you actually begin to pull the door open because it's a pull door.
Well, yeah, and I peek.
You pull the door open. The second the door opens a crack, you feel a hand slam against it and throw it open. Are you going to attempt to try and keep the door shut?
No.
No? The door slams open and Ginny grabs
He'll
you
try
by
and
the
get
collar
away
of
of
your
it.
shirt.
Okay.
What's your armor class?
15.
She grabs you by the collar of the shirt, opens the door, slams the door shut, and then throws your body back against the door and is holding you there by the collar. She's looking at you with a dark rage. What the fuck was that? What was that, Rhett? Fuck was that? You got a demon in your body? What the fuck was that, Rhett?
Not a demon per se. Definitely not a demon, I would say. More of a little of a partner. Why are you manhandling me?
Is that one of your fucking friends at the goddamn solar condors or something? Are you plotting something, Rhett? What the fuck you planning, Rhett? What's going on here?
The solar. What are you talking about, darling?
What's your fucking deal?
I mean, wait, you think what are you... There's nothing going on, it's just personal things. He's like kind of confused, like looking around, like her face, like seeing the dark look.
What are you doing to my cousin? What's your deal with Bishop? You trying to get him involved in some gang?
No. That's not my intention, no. It's just work.
Right.
I work for the Solar Condors. They tell me where to go. That's all it is, darling.
Why are you here, Rhett? I won't ask again.
Because the Solar Condors sent me.
Why?
Why else?
Why?
I don't know. They're as conniving and mysterious as you probably think they are.
What is your deal with Bishop? Are you gonna hurt him? Are they gonna hurt him? They want him integrated into their fucking mercenary shit?
I don't know. Darling, you think I have a big pot in the Solar Condors to where I know what's going on all the time?
No, definitely not.
Exactly.
But I think you might be useful enough to actually tell me what's happening. Because one minute, he's fine and bubbly, and the next minute, you people start showing up, and he gets all reclused and conserved. What are you doing to that kid? He's only 18. He doesn't need to be part of any mercenary group, especially not with his kind of title and his kind of future. So tell me what's going on.
I'm sorry, when we come around, his little grandparents just died.
Yeah.
He must be going through a lot. Oh. He's gonna like roll his head back a little bit. This is a lot of speculation and fair assumptions, but nothing that we're a part of directly. We were sent on a mission. Mission ended up seeming to go a specific direction where the grandparents end up dying. That's all.
Ginny pushes you back against the door and, like, lets go. You kind of drop, and she releases you. And she points her finger at you and stares at you with an intensity. If I find out that you, any goddamn mercenary groups, or whatever fucking demon you have in your gun, are fucking with me or my family, and I'll kill you. You understand?
Not my intention to fuck with your family, Ginny, darling. I swear.
Start acting like it. And she pushes you out of the way and leaves the room.
Do I see any of that happen, or like see Ginny push out the room before Rhett?
She makes a fucking spectacle of it. She walks out, it's Ginny. She walks out the door, slams the door shut behind Rhett, doesn't even let Rhett leave, and just storms off into the captain's quarters.
Aurora, like, hearing the slam, turns and just sees Ginny, and then looks at the door. I'm assuming Rhett comes out.
Does Rhett come
He
out?
brushes himself off. Fixes his collar. And he walks out.
Or just gives Rhett a look, like, from whatever the distance is. Just kind of a look of, like, everything okay kind of look.
He, like, kind of, like, waves, just, like, fine wave, and just smiles. And he, like, wherever Ginny was, he'll look where Ginny is, still smiling.
Oh, she's
do I
long
need
gone.
insight
She's
to
in the
understand-
captain's quarters
Okay.
and slams the door shut.
Okay, but if
But
she
I'm
looks
guessing,
back
like-
by any chance, but yeah.
I'm guessing, like, we all heard her go into the captain's quarters, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do I need to insight that, or can I instantly read what Rhett was implying?
There was for sure some kind of argument. It's extremely obvious. Like, that's not, there's nothing implicitly unknown about that. Jesus Christ, why is an ad on YouTube playing right now? Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, now Aurora just kind of, like, narrows her eye, and one ear just kind of flicks again. Then she just kind of relaxes back onto the railing of the ship that she's been leaning on, but just kind of looks at Rhett one more time.
Come on, darling. He will walk up to her. Let's go build a puzzle.
All right. She follows him.
All right. Who wants to roll to see how much puzzle they... Oh, yeah, go ahead, Cecilia.
Oh, if you want to do the puzzle roll first,
No.
we can do that.
No, that's an
Can I
end
roll
of day.
for the puzzle?
It's an end of day thing. We'll do it at the end of the day.
Oh.
And I think it's
Okay.
Wild's turn to roll for puzzle.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
What's-
Let me keep in.
what did you want to do, Cecilia?
Yeah, when Jenny wasn't in the captain's quarters, was somebody else in there? Like when Jenny was confronting Rhett?
Would you, like, peek in and see, or are you looking for it to be alone?
I'm looking for it to be empty.
Like,
I'm gonna wait and watch the door and wait until I know there's nobody in there.
yeah, you can, at some point in the day, the captain's quarters can for sure be empty. Bridget's sometimes in there, and so is Jenny, but you could be in there at a certain point, whether or not.
Cool. And is it also at the same time where Brilmy is for sure at her station?
Brilmy, the engineer? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cecilia is going to disguise self as Brilmy and walk into the captain's quarters.
Okay. You disguise yourself as Brilmy, you walk into the captain's quarters. The fuck are you doing?
Quietly.
Nobody bats an eye?
Ready. And then is Bridget and Ginny's stuff in there?
Yeah. It is.
Okay. I want to rifle around and see if I can figure out why Ginny is obsessed with the hilt.
Oh. Okay, make it... Okay, make an investigation check. Oh my god, let me look at Ginny's fucking inventory and see if there's anything in there.
I'll also take anything about Bridget if I can find something about Bridget.
Okay. We'll see what your investigation check gets you.
Well, I rolled a natural 19, so that would be a 24.
Holy shit. Okay. Okay. You... Okay. So that means you're doing things pretty quickly. So, and you're able to look at Bridget as well. Let me know when we get to her if there's anything particular you want to look for Bridget. With a natural 19 for a total of...
24.
24. You start rifling through her things, and you find several stuff. You find a steel mirror. There's several tubes of the same pink lipstick that are kind of in her, like she has like a traveling pack that kind of attaches like to her armor. It like blends really nicely, so it's not super obvious that it's a backpack. There is also there's a dice set there. You find soap. It's like a soap, and it smells really strongly of like strawberries and mint. There's a seal on it from a specific, like there's a very specific like design or like stamp embedded into the soap, and it is in a crest shape, and it's got an owl on it. There is also an ink pen and paper and several letters that have been sealed and then popped open. One of them has, you see there's like several different like wax seal stamps that have been put on it. The first one is a wax seal stamp. The letter is addressed to Ginny. It's a wax seal stamp of a crest that has a Pegasus, and then there's a crown above it. That's the first letter that's been opened and is like got the cracked seal. And the second one is a crest wax seal stamp of that same owl that you saw in the soap, stamped onto that letter. That's also addressed to Ginny. You also find a half-written letter that's like got ink kind of smeared on it, and there's like things crossed out, and it looks like she's not sure what to write on it.
Do I recognize the either seal? Like, I'm assuming the Pegasus is Ginny's.
The Pegasus,
like,
you can
Ginny's
tell,
family.
you know for sure that first wax seal stamp is Ginny's family crest because you've seen it on her signet ring. It's also, it's the same Pegasus that's on her shield. So you've seen it.
Yeah. What about the owl?
The owl. Make a history check with disadvantage.
12.
12. You're not entirely sure. Maybe it's probably a crest from somewhere in Ibesh that you've never traveled. Ginny's mentioned like noble families from there before, specifically in Tyrosa. Maybe it's one of the ones from there.
Is it open?
It has been cracked and it is open, yes. And by the way, I should say that the seal's colors, the one with her family crest is purple, and the seal on the one with the owl is orange.
Okay, I want to read the one with the owl.
Okay. Okay. So some impromptu shit. You open it up. And it's a very, very quick letter. It's only a couple of lines, and you can actually tell that it's the paper, the creases on the letter are creased as though when she was reading this, her fists were clenching around the paper, and it like angered her. But you can see that the letter reads, Dearest Genevieve, your concern for a beloved of our house is appreciated. However, entirely unnecessary. Whatever the heir chooses to do with her time is no concern of the Astons. Of course, we appreciate any and all allegiance, and hope to continue the prosperity of our houses united at the Octable. We do wish you and the heir of House Aston all the best. Sincerely, let me get this fucking name. This is an important name, so I don't want to fuck it up, and it's one of those really long human names. Where is it? Here it is. Sorry, there's so many fucking names on this list. Sincerely, Liege Blair Asher Audbrey Huntington Montcroy of Castle Montcroy in the great city of Vylon. And that's what's in that letter.
Okay. Anything else besides letters?
Yeah, you see a handful of, in her things, there's like this tiny little envelope. It's a really small envelope. It's like only like literally maybe a 3x3 envelope. And you open it up and you pull it out, and inside there are hand-drawn in like in a round circle, like tiny little portraits. There are tiny little hand-drawn portraits that are switchable, like in and out. And you see that inside of them, it depicts like a large number of people. There's a portrait of Bridget in there. There's one of what looks to be like 2 younger kids, a boy and a girl who are like maybe like 12 and 9. There's one of a very like happy looking like man, maybe like just a little bit older than Ginny, with like long red hair and like a cape on his shoulders. There is one of a horse, like an actual like white horse with this like long mane, and Ginny sitting on top of it, like drawn with her sitting on top of it. There's one of a dog. It looks to be like some kind of like giant white dog, like maybe a Great Pyrenees or something similar to that. And a little girl with her arm, that same girl in that other picture, that 9-year-old girl with her arms wrapped around the shoulders of it. There's also a drawing of what looks to be 3 young kids playing together. One of them looks a lot like Ginny. The other one looks like Bridget. There's a girl with this long dark hair that's kind of braided back, and they've all got their arms around each other and they're smiling. And then there's one of Ginny and another girl. Maybe it's the same one in the picture. The previous picture, it's hard to tell. She's got this long dark braid that kind of goes over the shoulder. And as it passes over, they're both holding swords up. One of them looks like to be like Ginny's long sword in her hand, and then a rapier in the other. And they're holding them up, and there's flags in the background, and it looks like somebody hastily drew a picture of a duel. And then there's a final picture, and it's of like Ginny, an elderly woman who looks, not an elderly woman, she's an older woman who looks a lot like Ginny without red hair. Her hair's like a darker color. There's a man with fiery red hair and like a regal kind of coat. And then 4 kids underneath. There's like a little boy who's a little older than Ginny. You could see a young Ginny with like freckles in her hair pulled back. She's grinning. And then a baby in Ginny's hands, and a very little boy sitting right next to the other boy. And they all kind of look similar.
Okay. The second last picture, the one of the, like, Ginny and the other girl with swords, is on the flags. Is there any particular house crest?
Yes, there is. There is.
And is it the owl and the Pegasus?
It's the owl and the Pegasus, yes.
Okay. Perfect. The next thing I'm going to do.
Okay. I hate the way you're grinning right now. It's making me so nervous. I can hear you smiling through the mic, and it's making me nervous. What would you like to do?
Oh, would there be a name anywhere?
No, none of these have names.
Like, if none of them have names?
No,
okay.
There's no names written on them. You got a 19, so I'll give you this. What does catch your attention?
I got a 24.
You got a 24? I thought you got a 19.
19 plus 5.
Holy
19
shit.
19 plus 5 is 24.
Okay, I'll give you this then. The size of them is really curious. These are really, really small, intricately detailed watercolor portraits. And It's kind of funny because they kind of look like they're about the same size as the locket Ginny wears around her neck.
Mm-hmm.
You make a connection pretty quickly that, like, if these are pictures that get swapped out of a locket, I mean, she's wearing the locket right now. There has to reasonably be a picture that you're not seeing.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I have one last thing I want to do.
Sure.
I want to look through Bridget's things, and I want to figure out why they want to go into the desert.
Ooh, okay. Jesus Christ. You got a 25, right?
24.
24. You look in through Bridget's things, and you see her spell book.
She doesn't have it on her?
She doesn't have it on her right now.
Okay, I'm flipping through. Wait. Detect magic.
You cast Detect Magic?
Is it trapped? Is it like if I open it?
Will it fuck
Is
you
there
up?
gonna be like is there gonna be a signal?
You cast Detect Magic, and around the spellbook you do detect a little bit of magic. The magic, let me find out particularly what spot it is. It's abjuration magic around the book.
Hmm. Okay. Would I know if it is a spell I also have?
It's not a spell. You just detect that the book is magical.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna read it.
Okay. You open up the book and you begin to flip through it. In the book, as you flip through, you see that, like the book you have, that's your mother's, and like the book you have that's Bridget's, it's hard to tell like what the spells are for, but you can see there is quite a large level, just as you're flipping through, of necromantic magic in here. Quite a lot of it. But it's weird because you're very used to the thought of necromancy being like very dark and twisted, whereas like she draws like wilting flowers on the pages, and like they're very clean and crisp, and her handwriting is very neat. It's very like intentionally made to be pretty and neat. But there's a couple spells in there that you do recognize that aren't necromancy as well. Like she mastered how to use identify. There's detect thoughts in there. At some point you can see catapult and prestidigitation, but you also see ones that are absolutely like very strong necromantic spells. You see one that looks like a spell to animate the dead. There's one for what looks to be like speaking with the dead, to summon the undead. One for like a cold touch. There's one that's literally just called Ray of Enfeeblement. Lots of necromancy in here. But you also see scattered among the notes, there's little like sticky notes. These green sticky notes are kind of put throughout, where you see she's kind of made her own notes, being like, over one in particular, it's called Wither and Bloom. Over it, which you have and you recognize, over it says, with exclamation marks and like very angry scrawl, why is this banned? This shouldn't be taboo in Ayabesh. What is wrong with people? And then you flip to another one. There's like another sticky note that's like, this is dumb. If we use this would be useful. And you can actually see that there's a lot of rage behind what she's studying. Like, she very much has this aspect of like, holy shit, my phone's going off. It scared the fuck out of me. This aspect of like, why is this banned? You know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of anger around her magic. But you do also see these like yellow sticky notes that are kind of pasted through. One of them is for a spell that has no name. That is just a spell for like raise dead ? And it's like, could be in secret library. Maybe we can find a cure ? And there's also this like little note in the side with a date on it. It's 10:05 TB. That alarms you because, as far as you know, we in Azaria, you don't really measure time with a time frame called TB. There's, the partition era that you're in now, which has its standard acronym. There's the Hollow, which is always TH. There's the Divide, But TB, that must stand for the blackness. And as far as you know, there is nothing in that time. That was chaos. Like, there was nothing really around. And then a little note that just says, why are the magics separate? Was there possibly a before?
Are there any more allusions to a cure? Like what she's trying to cure?
No, there isn't.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna leave. Put
Okay.
everything back and leave as Brelmy.
Sure. Do me a favor. Just make a general intelligence check to see if you can put everything back the way that it had originally been, as to not arouse suspicion.
19.
19. You do a pretty good job. And then you exit. Who wants to roll for the puzzle?
I can.
Go ahead and roll. Let's see how the puzzle is today.
That's an 83.
You guys finished the puzzle before the end of the day. Because 47 plus 83.
Yeah.
Before the end of the day, you guys pull that shit together, you finish the fucking puzzle. And you know what? You do a pretty fucking good job. Day 12, you've only got, like, maybe, you know, like, another day of travel. Like, you're really making progress. You guys are feeling good. And, yeah, the puzzle is a beautiful depiction of the city of Westover. I'll send you.
Oh.
For those
Liz
of
roughly
you...
finds where he lives and points at it. He's like, I live there.
Aurora's just looking at the picture, like, in complete awe, just like, wow, it is quite lovely.
There it is.
Oh. Nice.
Oh, nice!
That is your finished puzzle, and it's quite beautiful and quite big. And Lazan gently, there's a mat that you guys have been building it on, and Lazan gently shifts it over and just slides. It's like a careful effort from all of you to like slide the pieces over gently and then press it between glass, and then it's hung up downstairs where you guys all eat, around like the table on the third floor, bottom floor.
Or we'll help hang it up if help is needed.
All right, you guys put it up, and it's beautiful and good to go. Dinner that night is also delicious. Now that they're getting closer, Sophia's more comfortable using the good reserves of food that are still around.
Aww.
And unless there's anything else anyone would like to do, we could move on to day 13.
We don't have to roleplay this. Viz, like, at some point in the day, interviews Brilmy and Saphir.
Okay. I'll give you a little bit about what you hear. Brilmy grew up in a very, very small village and hated it because she was smarter than everyone else there. So she packed her bag and walked 25 days to the nearest village. The nearest city, sorry. And studied how to be an engineer. And she did so at Sarnia was the village the city that she studied at. She got so good that one day she snuck on a ship and just waited around the airship docks until she saw one that she thought could use their help. And at the time, Captain Amaris and Kiona were really struggling with how to pilot it by themselves. So she got on and started doing it for them until they realized she was there.
Oh.
And then they just invited her to stay forever.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Saphir got fired from her job as a cook because she kept trying to invent new stuff. And Captain Amaris was trying the food and was like, they don't know what they're fucking talking about. Do you want to come on my ship? And she was like, yeah, sure. And then just never left.
Aw.
Aw.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, you finish your interview. Anything else for the evening?
At some point during the night, and this can be like after dinner, Aurora will just go back up onto the deck when it's nighttime again. Just because since she knows that, probably since it's the desert, she can see the stars even more.
Yeah, the stars are very, very visible. It's actually, you can look up and you see like this like pale green that's kind of like shifting across the sky. It's very, very audible in the desert, and you can point out every star.
Does she recognize any constellations, just like out of curiosity, of like if any suddenly come to her?
You know what? No, because when you look at it, it's weird. You've always found stars comforting, but it's never really hit you until now. But they look off to you, like they're in the wrong spots.
Okay. Wrong as in just like from where she lived in Gildmoor, or just like they look off to her, they just feel off?
Just in general, stars have always felt off to you. Like since you woke up, you kind of look at them and you're like, it's really registering now that this is a feeling you have. Like you've always found stars comforting, but it's almost like a little twitch of like not understanding why you think a certain way. It's like, no, it's weird if you don't take off your shoes before you walk into a house because you're tracking mud. Like some people think that normally. Whereas other people are like, don't be ridiculous. You know what I mean? It's kind of that thing where it's like the stars just feel wrong. You can't explain it.
Okay. After staring up at them for a little bit, her ears will kind of just droop a little, and she'll probably stay up there for maybe like an hour or so, just simply watching it, and then go back to the room where everyone else is sleeping and go into her trance.
Okay. No problem. Day 13. Give it up for day 13.
Woo!
Day 13, technically day 14.
Who would like to roll?
I can do it if no one else has.
Because
I don't know if we're... Okay, then you take it. You take it, Viz.
Oh. 19 again. You want me to roll again, or you...
Nah, that's good.
Okay.
At around midday, with the sun cresting over the desert, and you guys kind of just staring out, watching, enjoying the company of nothing happening over the desert. So you've been lucky, no dust storms, nothing to kick up or fight you going over the desert. Over the crest of the horizon, around 11 o'clock, you start to see buildings. And a gate, like a giant castled wall, and then roofs, and then towers, and then slowly, you can feel the incredible pressure of an aerial view in the distance of the absolutely massive, grand metropolis that is Westover. And the Captain Holmanwell goes, "All right, Buzz, that was one hell of a trip, but you know what? We're alive, and we're about 30 minutes out from the airship port, so, we fucking made it, y'all."
Woo!
I don't know how.
Me neither, bud.
Yeah.
Don't jinx us.
Yeah. I'm surprised we made it through all that.
You never
It
know
will
what
be
will
a
come up.
mystery.
You never know what will come up in the next couple moments.
This is true.
Red says, like, while he's, like, grinning.
Yeah, don't put that into the universe.
I mean, you
the ship
never
just
know.
turns off and falls.
You just never know.
It begins to get closer and closer over the span of an hour. Bridget and Ginny have come out. They've packed their stuff. They're kind of like leaning over, watching it together, and their eyes are kind of wide. They're like, "Yo, we have never been here before. This is a big fucking city. Look at it." And Viz and Nev, who have both been here before, you can see the structure of Westover begin to take shape as you see the ocean beginning to approach you. And the Browden Gulf is a massive ocean. It's also a very warm ocean. And it's also where a lot of trade comes in. So as you see this ocean in the distance, you also see the speckle of hundreds of ships around the port in the cove that Westover operates. But you also see, as you get closer, you can actually see it take full shape because you see the coast and you see Port Liberty, which is on like the ground and kind of moves up. But then you see the lift as the city has been raised off the ground, the land itself floating. There are 4 other districts of Westover that float, where Port Liberty does not. There's the North Bend, that kind of wraps on a lower citadel than everything else. It's like the suburb, or like where most of the people of Westover live. It's in a lower section. There's the East End, which sits even lower than that, just slightly lower, underneath Centertown. You can't get directly up from East End to Centertown without needing to take the sky elevator, and it's a very long way up. And then there's Midtown and Centertown. Midtown's slightly lower than Centertown, but not much. And Viz, Midtown is not only where you call home, but it's also where the office of the Golden Herald calls its home. As you can see vaguely, as the 12 o'clock timer hits, and it's noon, as you get closer, you can see the light of the arcane projection. The thing that makes the Golden Herald, the Golden Herald, so much more different than every other leading publication or newspaper. Because the arcane projector broadcasts the news over the entire city of Westover. And you begin to pass it, and you can see a very familiar face being projected into the sky and amplified with a sound that even as you fly around and past it towards the airship port, which is at the other side of the city near the coast, you can hear very clearly as though it's speaking right at you. And you also cringe just a little bit because the one delivering the news, per usual, is this male dwarf with this like cropped, shaved, salt and pepper hair. He has this thick chevron mustache, and like is wearing like this pinstripe suit with this really tight tie that like comes all the way up. And you can hear him. He's in the middle of the news. And in other news, we've got more reports coming in about Spider Dame down in Umberfall, and once again, none of it is good. That is a menace to our society, and everyone should be aware of it. That is why I am launching my own private publication, separate from this one, to talk all about the leading and updated news on Spider Dame. Other than that, the Grand Market's back in town today. Make sure you all go visit it. It'll be a great experience. And that's the news with me, Georgie Thundergrip.
Oh my god.
You think you like Spider Dame?
Viz looks at Nev with 1,000-yard stare.
No, just, you know the meme where it's like the one guy like looking just really disgusted at the other guy, and it's like the music, all kinds of music. Yeah, and then the other guy's like looking happy. That's them right now. That's just another.
Are you referencing that Pedro Pascal meme?
The Nicolas Cage and Pedro Pascal meme, yeah.
Aurora looks at Viz. Is that your boss?
Yes, he is.
He seems rather colorful.
He's a lot. Yeah, he's a lot.
He's annoying.
Aurora snorts when Cecilia says that.
I mean, the annoyingness does catch your attention, though, to be fair.
Every day at noon.
He does not
You
like
don't
that
fit the
Spider
half
Dame,
of
does
it.
he?
Yeah, that's the whole reason why me and Nev went to that party.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my.
Did we ever find what we were looking for?
No, I was gonna die. So...
Oh, well, what if we just avoid him at all costs then?
Oh, no, you know those, the brothers I was talking to at the, party?
Yeah?
Yeah, they would have killed me. So, this...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Fair. They were pretty fucking annoying.
Yeah.
But your boss is even more annoying.
But he give me the money, that's all I
Give
can
you
say.
the money for that.
He give me the money.
Viz.
Oh.
It's weird. Something unusual is happening with the 12 o'clock news. Because Georgie Thundergrip concedes the microphone to another journalist.
Viz gets on like the edge of the ship, is like without falling off. He's like, "What the fuck?"
As
Sorry,
you're,
did they replace it?
you're skirting past it, it's not. He goes. He passes it over graciously as Georgie Thundergrave can pass it over. And next on the agenda is an unfortunate new discovery, reported here first by the Golden Herald, your #1 news source for all things Gildmoor. Please welcome me. Wait, please join me. Sorry.
Please welcome me.
I'm in the headspace of a narcissist.
Please do welcome.
Please join me.
Another Georgie comes up.
Please join me in welcoming fantastic up-and-coming reporter Orlu Straightstride as she takes you over everything going on. What is the name of this? What is the name of this building? I've already fucking forgotten it, which is ridiculous because it's.
Yeah, did they fucking replace you?
Viz drops. He's like, "What?"
Yeah. As she brings you all the news from the halls of Guardhalia. And, the arcane projector, like, flickers a little bit. And this is a massive projector. As you're flying over, you can actually see the crowds of people that form underneath to, like, watch the news. This is, like, every single person coming in to listen to the town crier, but, like, at a massive amplified rate. Like, this is the thing to do in Westover. Like, this is, like, an attraction, almost. What ends up happening is this Haragon steps up, and you see she's got like you know what? Do you want to do me the honor, Evan, of describing your arrival, Orlu?
Hold on, let me go on Hero Forward real quick.
Everybody get the tea.
So sorry, it's loading.
Mine is also loading. If I beat you to it, I might just do it.
Yeah, it's fine. If yours does it, then I think I might have to log in on mine too. So.
Okay. Then
Yeah,
cool. I have it here. It's all ordered alphabetically, which has never been good for me. Okay. So, Orlu, or Reporter Slatestride, is a brown Harangon with this like green button-up shirt that's kind of like tapered into a corset at her stomach. Behind one of her, like, she's got all these piercings in her like big ears, and she's got these like really short kind of upright braids that kind of like stick up at all angles that are kind of like gently padded together around like a series of like little tiny like hairbands that have been like laced together with like cute metals. And she's got a completely like white snout, and there is in her hand what looks to be like a pencil tucked behind one of her big rabbit ears, and in the other there's like a book that she's reading off of as she steps out and goes, "Greetings to the city of Westover. My name is Orlu Straightside, and I'm so happy to bring you the news that the unfortunate incidents that have occurred at the House Covington in Ashedonia are currently being investigated by the Tome of Gold. We don't know much about what happened at the event, only that it resulted in the 2 deaths of the Duke and Duchess. More information is being gathered, but until we get proper sources and understand greater about the events that went down, I can only share with you the updates that the Tome of Gold has decided to make on behalf of what has happened. At present, 2 suspects are being called to stand. One of them, both of them members of the Brass Wrench. The first is Rora, one of the apprentices, who's being called on the possibility of having knowledge about what went down. The second is another apprentice, Sketchazona. They will be called They will be called for questioning and put before the Tome of Gold until a verdict is concluded. Thank you to the citizens, and have a fantastic day." And the arcane projector goes fade.
Isn't that...
Don't even.
Wait, sketch?
Oh.
Unbelievable.
What are you surprised about?
Unbelievable. Viz is
There's
fuming.
there's a lot of surprising things that I think are going on here, whether we know about it or not.
I know.
Wait,
Viz is so mad right now.
Viz is fuming.
Real quick, would Nev know about this rival of Viz's?
Viz has mentioned Orlu to Nev.
What are you mad per se about?
What am I mad about? She was on the big funny projection. She was on the big funny projection.
And
This is basically like a big fuck you to Viz.
He's muttering to himself. He begins to pace.
You know, when you work in the same field as someone, and like you have that one bitch you really don't like that's in the same field as you, but you know, you kind of have to deal with it because they're in the same field as you. That's what's going on right now with Viz and this little bitch.
Oh.
that makes more sense. Huh.
So, Biz doesn't like her.
Yeah, and from the looks of it, I don't like her either. I don't like her vibe.
Don't like is a strong way of putting it. She did at least watch my apartment while we were gone. While I was gone.
Wait, she's the one who's watching your pet?
Whoa, let's not use the P word around here.
Aurora's gonna look at Nev, very confused.
Liberto is my friend.
It's a long story.
No, it's not a long story. You heard him, Aurora. That is his friend.
Yes, my apologies. I meant friend.
You know, kind of like I'm a Jeff is our friend, or Parappa the Snapper is our friend. You know, you get it? You get it? Like, you know, we use, you know, friend. It's same thing.
Liberto's my best friend. Don't worry, you'll all meet him. Y'all can stay at my place. Unless she...
Aurora
Probably
leans
stole my
over to
shit.
Red and mutters, "Does that mean I should start calling Dusty my friend?"
That is completely up to you, darling. Your own prerogative.
Alright. Aurora looks
mean-
extremely confused by all of this.
Nev says, "Hey, Viz, look, she can never replace you, though. You know, she was probably just, you know, like substitute teaching, kind of substitute reporting while you're gone. You know, because you're the real star of the show.
Plus, you're coming in with much more knowledge.
Oh yeah, no, we got a picture of a fucking red dragon. Remember? That's
That
gonna
is true.
blow the toupee off your boss's head.
Plus,
He
you
wears a
have
toupee?
interviewed people.
I don't know. He looks like he wears a toupee. I don't think that hair's real.
What were you saying, Cecilia?
I was gonna say, you also have credible witnesses from the party. You were a credible witness of that party.
And the party is here with you.
Yes, indeed.
That is true.
We'll
Viz
show her
starts,
up.
like, rubbing the sides of his temples, and he's, like, clearly very overexerting himself to think.
He's using all of his brain cells, and he has 2 of them in total.
They're just going ding 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 in his head.
Hey, don't think too hard about it. All right?
So, I don't mean to change the subject. I'm a bit concerned about the fact that they are calling up brass French apprentices to testify.
Mm-hmm.
That is a bit concerning.
Mm-hmm. Wasn't because Sketch was the one that was helping with the checking the poison, wasn't they?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Until I kind of upshined them.
I
There's
just
no way.
apprentices. That doesn't sound.
It sounds like throwing the weaklings under the bus
Mm-hmm.
in the chain.
My thoughts exactly.
They're finding someone to blame. And believe me, I don't know much about Sketch, but I know they're a fucking goody two-shoes.
Mm-hmm. No, I gathered.
You guys hear the sound of the captain shouting, "Oi! Drop the anchor!" And then Lazan walking up and like grabbing something, throwing it over the side, and the ship slowly begins to descend. And
Sorry, I love that there's still an anchor for a fucking airship.
yeah, it's an anchor that drops, and then it gets like pulled. Just the ship slowly pulls down. Like there's a crank that it attaches to, and then it
You
cranks
just
pulls
hear
the
like
ship
a
down.
scream from below.
Yeah, from somewhere down below we hear a clang.
But the ship
We
slowly
land right into the Golden Herald.
Jesus Christ, guys. It passes over town and then it
Crash land.
lands. And you
Not
see that
crash
you're
lands.
now in a dock with 11 or 12 other big ships, and there's several spots. This is a much bigger airship port than the one in Ashedonia. This one's huge. There's 12 or 13 ships already there, and then there's spots for like up to 30 of them.
Holy shit.
There's like a guest port where the captain kind of pulls over and parks and goes, "All right, buds, this is where we let you off. Bishop has paid us to take you back to Ashedonia whenever you're done, so we can park here and you can pay the daily toll for the ship to stay here, or we can fly around until you need us."
How do we go about contacting you if you do fly around?
I don't know. Most people send owls.
enough.
Can take up to a week though to get to us.
Wait, we got
Owl, you say?
Wait, owl was not the right word.
Everyone looks at my name, Jeff.
Hawks. Or owls. I guess an owl. Yeah, I guess I named Jeff works.
Better work.
Yeah, everyone looks at my name, Jeff.
It will
You know
work.
what? We have a great messenger on hand to send back to you.
Yeah, so fly around and do whatever the fuck you want for a while, and we'll let you know.
Master, is this my duty?
Not yet.
Okay. My name is Jeff.
Yeah, your name is a Jeff.
Pat.
The crew kind of like all gather at the edge of the ship as you guys start to gather your stuff. And they look a little bit sad.
Aww.
There's hugs, everybody.
They all give you hugs.
Nev gives everyone fist bumps.
Aurora's going to, Aurora's gonna give Azan a hug and go and say, when will you come back? I hope to spar with you again.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I'd be more than happy to. Come back with cool stories. You guys were a lot of fun. Way more than our usual boring, take this here.
You know we'll come back with cool stories, though.
That wouldn't surprise me.
We bring them with.
The captain pulls on her coat and transforms, and as she does, she turns back into Abalon Stez and holds the broomstick in her, literal broomstick in her hand, and goes, "To a great adventure, and to many who know your names." And then she's back and goes, "Okay, buds, have fun. Let us know how it goes."
See ya.
We'll do
Right back to Canadian we go. Yep, we depart.
All right.
Well,
Wave. Oh.
just real quick, while we're getting off, Mirabel's gonna pause for a moment, and then kind of go back over to the captain.
Okay.
She gives her a big kiss. Sorry.
No.
I'm so sorry. I'll mute now.
She does lean in close and does kind of whisper something to the captain. It's basically along the lines of, "You might want to check below decks. We found a place where rats could hide."
Captain goes,
Just kind of leaves it at that.
Thinks actual rats.
yeah, so you walk away, the captain kind of like nods very insistently, you walk away and immediately turns to Fiona and goes, "Mirabel just said there were fucking rats on the ship." And you exit.
Oh lord.
The city of
The
Westover...
honest assassin strikes
The
again.
honest assassin. The city of Westover is yours. Where do you all go first?
Fuck.
Do we go?
We have a choice. We're not ending it. Oh god, we have to think.
You've got
Do
some
we go to-
priorities. It depends. You tell me where in your priorities you guys want to begin.
Well, okay. What time of the day is it?
It's midday. You have the whole
You know,
day.
it depends on what type of time it is. Depends really what we're gonna do.
Like I was wondering, is it nighttime or like daytime?
I was wondering how decayed am I?
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Forgot about that.
You have another week, which means as you kind of look at your scan, it's been like 2 weeks you're on the ship. It was like a week-ish, kind of almost a week. But you did miss a day. You guys got there in 13 days, not 14, so you do save yourself a day. Your skin's not looking great. You're starting to peel a little bit.
Oh,
does one of your hands fall off like Ida and you gotta put it right back on?
Not
Really
quite,
funny.
not quite that. But you guys notice that Nev is significantly
Not quite.
paler.
you know, I actually think that should be an achievement to get to Ida level of that. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe
Oh,
that
no,
should be your
what?
aspiration.
Like, oh, that just happens sometimes. Screws it right back on.
I'll be honest though, Nev would probably love that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She'd find
we-
fun.
yes.
So she'd be like,
know-
"That's fucking funny."
Not to point out the black sheep or anything, but maybe we should go get you checked out, Nev.
We can relax for a bit. I'm fine.
No.
Nev, you are looking a little bit deader than before.
It's more dead, but okay.
More dead.
Speaking from personal experience, death is not a pleasant feeling.
No, yeah, we need. It's not.
Where
I'm feeling fine, guys. Plus, you know,
where are those wizards?
That should. You know what? Maybe other than finding a place to rest, maybe that should be where we go first.
Perhaps, yes.
We could use to stretch our legs a little bit anyway.
yeah,
we
I can
finally
stretch
see-
my one leg.
You have a prosthetic leg. Those
That's what I
count as
said.
2 legs.
While you stretch it while you still can, we're going to find those wizards.
Yeah. Who has the toddler strap? Put it around Nev. We're walking.
And she's like, wait, no, I can keep
Well,
up with all of you.
Viz, lead the way. Where are the wizards?
Man, where are those
You
wizard
lived
checks?
you lived here.
I'm assuming you're looking for WHTC, which is the Westover Hospital and Treatment Center.
Oh, it's a hospital! It's a hospital!
We're going
We
to a
didn't know-
freaking hospital.
I thought it was a hospital. I thought it was a funny wizard tower.
I thought we were going to like a healing temple.
Oh no.
Ever seen a Dungeons and Dragons hospital before?
Oh, that's terrifying.
I think we walk up to it, realize it's a hospital, and Nev just pivots around on one foot, just, nope, we'll start
Nev.
walking the other way.
Nev.
Everyone grabs Nev.
Red's gonna use his tail to spin her back around.
I'm
So-
not going in there.
So let me describe to you where you have to go. But for starters, I'm going to say this is very easy for Viz to find, and I'm assuming he already has one. So I'm going to just drop the Westover map in the chat so you can take a look at it.
Ooh.
This is what the city of
Where?
Westover looks like.
Oh damn.
Christ.
Where's Viz's apartment?
Viz's apartment is in Midtown.
Okay.
Which one?
Wait, so
The one that says Midtown.
The one
the one that
called
literally
Midtown.
says
One
Midtown.
that says
I'm talking
Midtown.
about, I'm talking about which square.
Which
You want-
building?
How am I
Jesus.
supposed to tell you what building? How am I supposed to describe
Man,
that?
seriously.
I got you guys.
I'm being
Guys.
goofy, okay?
Guys, I got you. I'll figure it out. Just keep playing.
Okay, so if you guys look at Centertown, you'll see that there's the massive halls of Guardhalia, which is what you saw on the way in. The halls of Guardhalia are like this like citadeled off space on the highest realm, like port. You guys are coming from just like on the outskirts of town, so you have to actually get into town by taking one of the bullet train stops. The bullet train itself is massive. It's like it runs all the way to Umberfall. You don't have a Midtown and Centertown? Ottawa has a Midtown and Centertown.
You're weird.
There is a bullet train that goes from the outskirts of like the airship port and stops in the middle of Centertown. And it's freaky because the bullet train itself you could pay to be a normal passenger, and like during the day at Westover it's pretty safe. It's like taking like the TTC or like the subway, or like it's as safe as the subway can be. When you start leaving to go to Umberfall, that's when it gets dangerous. But you take the train and it comes through and it actually floats. Like it's on a track that kind of floats as it goes up the levels. So it takes you from the peak of the North Bend, the outskirts of town, which is like one of the first stops, the airship stop. And then there's a stop in North Bend, the stop in Midtown, and the stop in Centertown before it goes back down to the East End and then eventually out of the city. So it's 3 stops to get to Centertown, that's where the hospital is. You step out, and Centertown is beautiful. It's like this big old city area. It looks exactly like that puzzle. That's Centertown. There's like all these weird shapes in the buildings, and things are floating, and there's beautiful fountains, and there's people in fancy clothes and wizarding robes that walk around. There's these little kids who throw sparks at one another as they like run down the street. You see like people of all races and people of like all ethnicities as they kind of walk through Centertown. There's also quite a few number of people who there's attractive people, and then there's attractive people. Like perfectly symmetrical, perfectly styled hair, perfectly styled robes, walk with straight firm posture, and they don't have a lot of expression on their faces. But you also see a fair number of them like wandering around as well. They don't seem entirely out of place. But the thing that you do notice is that with all of these people, they all have these goldish brown eyes. They're like almost gold, kind of brown, something in between.
That's very particular. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Warforged. Okay, I know what it is. Okay. Shucks is playing Detroit Become Human.
Yeah, she is.
One of them is Claymore.
Oh my god!
No, Claymore's got blue eyes. Doesn't fit.
It doesn't fit. Claymore has blue eyes. Can't fit the aesthetic.
Shucks for canon kicked Claymore out.
I didn't say all Warforged look like this. I'm just saying that the ones that are here look like this.
No Freddy Fazbear in animatronics.
Damn.
In Westover.
However,
maybe on the fall.
As you continue to walk through Centertown, you do see the halls of Guardhalia get closer, and you realize that they're actually a massive series of connected castles that are kind of built on top of each other. And every hour, as you're walking through the town, you've noticed it, but you've kind of been like, where's the clock tower? Like, even when you're trained, you were like, where's the clock tower? Because exactly on the hour, you hear a ding, ding, as it goes off in your head, telling you what time it is mentally, but it's not jarring. It's the perfect time. And you do notice that if your eyes are closed, you don't hear it. Really, really weird, interesting magic. But nevertheless,
whoa,
magic.
That's freaky. That is actually really freaky.
You'll get used to it.
I don't think anyone can get used to that.
I live here and I get used to it.
Aurora, like when she hears the ding, her ears like pinned to her head.
You also pass on your way through this like massive large campus that looks to be made of like 6 main buildings of this gray white stone covered in ivy. They're all shaped in the L's that form together to make what looks to be like a gear. Like if you looked at it aerially, you realize that you would see like a spinning gear in the shape of all these buildings. And you see students running around. They can be as young as 4 and as old as 25, but they're moving back and forth between these buildings as you kind of move through it. Then down that street, literally just down that street and then to the left, there is this tiny little avenue where you see this big building built on a circle, like a cul-de-sac at the end of it. And there's a hospital that has like 10 floors, but it almost looks like a student dorm. It's made of marble, gold, pewter, like very expensive student dorm, but nevertheless like almost like modernish student dorm. These large windows towards like the beginning of the cul-de-sac. You see seating all outside. You actually see that there's like people in these robes who are like hastily shoving food in their mouth, or like running off to the next district. And you see people going in and out. Some of them are holding their arm, or some of them are coughing as they enter the building. Outside there is a statue, and it is of this person is a Loxodon. I forgot for a second. You see a Loxodon statue with a single earring that hangs, as this giant elephant person has like little half moon spectacles and is holding like this like little Jesus, the word for that board that you write on? Holy shit. not a
Chalkboard?
whiteboard, a clipboard. They've got a clipboard in their hand, and they have like a little pen. And they're like looking up, and around their neck, you see this device. It's got like little holes that go in the ears, and then like it's got this round piece at the end. And it's a stethoscope, and they're wearing a robe, and they kind of like look up. Even in the statue, they kind of look like with like a little smile at the front of this building. Underneath it, you see the plaque for the Westover Hospital and Treatment Center, or as commonly referred to by people like Viz and the general population of Westover, WHTC.
Nev is standing outside, looking at it. Turns around, pivots on one foot. Nope, I starts walking the other direction.
Viz,
No, you're not.
Viz grabs Nev's arm very tightly.
I mean, being a corpse can't be that bad.
He looks at Nev with, well, there's like anger, but it is mostly like, desperation and sadness. Nev, we need to get in there, and they gotta fix you.
Is there something wrong with this place?
Should we be
I know.
concerned?
I have to come here for my job.
Fine.
Not a fan of hospitals, I take it.
You
No.
put it like that.
As long as you don't stick any needles in me. We're good. We're golden. We're golden. Let's go.
That's
And
my goal, yeah.
and Nev starts walking up there. Like
Viz is just at her side.
she's it's definitely someone who's like forcing themselves to walk towards something, you know?
Mm-hmm. We go it.
Okay.
Mhm.
You walk in the main doors and are immediately met with what can only be described as an emergency room.
Oh.
Jesus Christ, we're role-playing an emergency room now.
There,
No.
there is, they have large windows. There's like a general seating area, and there is people running, like doctors running. They're in lab coats. They're moving back and forth. One of them is literally like shoving a granola bar in their mouth as they sprint up a flight of stairs. There is people with this like floating like rectangular looking bed, and it's hovering, and they're moving it, and you hear one of them go, trauma ward B, and then they're moving this like little girl who's like coughing, and you see that her hands are slowly growing into tree trunks.
Oh my god.
What?
There is what looks to be somebody who is literally physically restrained on one of these floating things as they begin to like shift and their back cracks, and another doctor grabs it and goes, lycanthropy, trauma ward D, and moves them into another room. There's like so many people lounging in the general seating area just looking really bored. Some of them have like masks over their face. Another one looks like pretty red in the face and has like spots all over their body, and they're just kind of tapping their foot. One of them is what looks to be like a guy in a suit who seems to be like late to work or whatever, because he's just sitting there going like holding his head, and you can see that he has like a massive gash across the side of his face that's been like hastily bandaged up, and he's probably just waiting for stitches, and he's tapping his foot. And then there's a main desk at the front where you see a very stressed out looking what can only be described as a late prepubescent boy with acne all over his face, and is wearing like a dress shirt that's buttoned all the way to the top, and is just kind of standing there waiting for anybody to approach him.
I guess Viz walks up there.
You walk up?
Nev follows, but Nev is not really looking up. She's kind of just looking at her feet. Like, trying not to take in any of the scene.
Okay.
Like, she likes chaos. She doesn't like this kind of chaos.
That's fair. You walk up, and as you do, the boy looks up as you approach and goes, "Hi, welcome to WHTC. My name is Leon. How can I help you?"
We need this removed.
Did they just point at Nev?
He like, I don't know how easy it is to see. He's just like, show the thing.
What the? She kind of like pulls her shirt down a little bit and shows the weird emblem that's like embedded in her chest.
Okay, are you a resident of Umberfall or of Westover?
I'm from here. She's from Umberfall.
Okay. Turns and takes a note. What is your name, ma'am?
She leans over to Viz. We have to use real names for this.
Yes.
Oh, Navanya Voidwalker.
Navanya Voidwalker. Apostrophe after the V?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect.
No, after the E. After the E.
After the E, my apologies. Fixes it. Okay. And would you identify this as an illness, ailment, or curse?
Curse.
Curse? Okay. And when was the last time you were treated at WHTC?
Never.
Are you a new patient?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need you to fill out this patient intake form.
Oh my god.
Rat's gonna lean over to Cecilia. Anyway, you could use your Covington presence to just, get them a room stat. Whispers over to Cecilia.
I mean, they still have to fill out the paperwork.
But maybe get them a room without everyone here. Maybe get them a room to fill out the paperwork in.
Alrighty. Excuse me, would we be able to fill out such paperwork perhaps in a room?
I'm sorry, ma'am, but everybody needs to fill out the patient intake form before they can be seen by a nurse.
We're kind of on a time crunch.
She's literally decaying as we speak. We need to get her seen very, very soon.
Respectfully, sir, this is a hospital, and she's an out-of-town patient, so we have to defer to triage systems here.
What?
Does a reference from someone in Aspidon will help speed this up?
I can speak to my manager, but in general, we only do triage services, and because this is an out-of-town curse, the triage system places it very low. It could take anywhere from 1 to 3 days to receive service.
Oh, jeez.
Out of town curse 3 to 3 fucking...
Oh.
Cecilia is going to lean in.
Nev says this because I'm from Umberfall, not Westover. Those Westover people really don't like us Umberfall folk.
Respectfully, ma'am, it has nothing to do with you being from Umberfall. We have many people who come from abroad to come and receive services at WHTC. We just have a prioritization for the citizens of Westover.
What's Cecilia gonna say?
She's gonna lean over to Nev and just be like, say you're gonna decay today.
I'm gonna fucking decay today. It's kind of emergency.
Not even a lie, she's actively decaying.
Decaying.
Pretty sure her hand.
You wanna see my skin peel, kid?
Duh.
Respectfully,
No, actually,
ma'am, I can see...
that would I could show.
The issue with curses is that they tend to not take form rapidly, and that's why we don't call them ailments or illnesses.
She's had this for a while, and
for
she's
3
only
weeks.
and she's only got a very limited amount of time.
What is the time?
When?
What is the time frame on said curse?
It's been 3 weeks, and she's been decaying this entire time, and it's only getting worse.
How many days would Nev have?
7.
Ooh,
Well, we're not gonna tell them that.
Yeah, we're not gonna tell him she has the 7 days.
I don't know why that matters. My sister's gonna die, and I need her to be okay.
On a pain level of 1 to 10, kicks her in the shin. She's at a 10.
Listen.
Deceptive kick. There's a deceptive kick, so he doesn't see.
It is my job to triage patients according to hospital policy. I am able to perhaps defer this to a nurse who can give an evaluation and determine the duration of the curse and the level of time that will need to be considered urgent, if that is what you so desire.
Is that immediately right now?
It might take an hour.
That'll give me time to fill out the stupid paperwork.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be great.
Okay, thank you so much. Please take a seat. I will defer to a nurse, and please bring me your intake form when you are finished with it.
Nev starts working on this stupid form. She grabs like 3 of the pens and grabs the form, and then goes and sits over. She takes someone out of their chair.
I was gonna say, can Rhett, because there's a way, you can always get back in. Maybe Rhett's kind of try to, see if, he could just guide them all out, so that they're not in all of this ruckus constantly. Because I think it's stressing them out.
Fair.
How does Viz's healthcare work? Because I know it's applied by his job.
Does he have Medicare, or does he have Blue Cross Blue Shield?
Citizens of Westover can collect a health card from the local Service Westover, which is down the street from, in most of the districts. You can collect a health card from Service Westover, and they will give you one, and then you can use that to use your services. But it does have your fingerprint on it and a photo of you. And you have to renew it every year.
Okay.
It's a very intuitive system you've got here. Holy shit.
Aurora looks at Red and goes, perhaps I shouldn't mention my memory situation here.
I don't...
Because I feel like we would be waiting for an eternity.
Probably, but I mean, you will see.
Okay. So you take a seat. Nev, you fill out your intake form. You return it when it's done.
Yeah.
It asks you a bunch of weird questions on it. It's like, have you ever been cursed by an ancient high being? Do you have any relatives in the Fey realm? Like, it's a bunch of weird fucking questions.
Yeah. She answers, I don't know, to a lot of them, or mind your business to a few of them.
Fair.
She is not liking this stupid form. And then she's like, social security number? What the fuck is that?
Oh, Lord.
I'll take it back inside for you.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Right,
she finished it.
Alright, we'll go back and give it
Her
to
signature is barely legible.
You guys hand in the form. You wait for a minute. You wait. He said an hour. You wait probably 2.
Oh.
And then eventually you hear a very exhausted from the inside. Voidwalker, Nivanya.
Me. I'm just standing there, not really sure what to do because she doesn't like doctors.
Follow me, please. And you see that it's a half-elven nurse who she looks like she's been through hell. Her eyes have bags under them. She's wearing this really set of literal scrubs. They're like these light purple scrubs that are gross. And she's wearing these shoes that have a little lift in them. For walking all day. Around her neck there's a little name tag, and it just says Kiana on it.
Nev says, the rest of you stay here, except you and grabs Viz.
Yeah, I was just about to ask, can Viz go with?
Yeah, you can bring one person with you.
Yeah, she brings Viz.
You go into a small room. There is a bed you can sit on. There is a
just sit on the bed.
There's a chair for the person you're with, and then there's just in general a couple things lying around. The nurse takes you in.
Nev sits in the chair where the doctor sits.
It's not a doctor. It's a nurse. It's like a nurse check-in station.
Okay, well, she stands. She's standing. She's on guard. She's on alert.
The nurse has a clipboard where you see it's your intake form. And is flipping through it and goes, I've been told you have a curse that is accelerating rapidly.
Definitely.
Wait, you guys aren't with us.
Wait, we're not?
No, it's just Viz.
One person.
I can only take one person. She took Viz.
Damn it, I didn't observe that. Sorry.
If you have a curse that's accelerating rapidly, you could qualify for quick and hastened healthcare. We just need to confirm that it is in fact rapid, and it is in fact outnumbering some of our other patients who are waiting for triage. What is the nature of this curse?
Give me one moment.
Viz will chime in then. So, it was a necklace at first, and then I guess like a demon or something named Orcus embedded the necklace into her chest here. And it's all we know is she's gonna die. And like we were on that boat for like 3 weeks.
Okay. Curse of High Demon Orcus. Okay. And what is the nature of the symptoms?
Dying.
Decay, dying, death. Like that is a guarantee. That's what we were told.
And then like kind of peels on her skin.
Don't do that.
Okay. And are you aware of the time frame of the nature of this curse?
I mean, we were told like a month, but it feels like it's going through a lot quicker than a month.
Yeah,
I'm
it
sure.
seemed whenever she got harmed, it got worse.
I'm sure.
And she got harmed a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure. That's what they all say. Let's take a look at this. And pulls a stethoscope off and just gently like goes, may I put this against the item embedded in your chest? Fantastic, thank you. Puts it in, listens.
Screams of the damn are heard.
She kind of like listens. You can actually hear the screaming coming from her stethoscope. She removes it. Quite horrifying. Okay. All right, Navanya, I will pass these records on to our triage unit, and you should know by the beginning of tomorrow whether or not your triage will be shortened or extended.
So I don't get a confirmation now?
No. I have to confirm that with the headmaster.
And what happens if I don't get approved? I just die?
Unfortunately, we are not liable for any weight or death resulting in the triage system. We have many people to treat at the WHCC. However, we will give you this pager, and reaches in and hands you a small device with a little red light that's flashing. When it is your turn for triage, this will buzz. Just come to the front desk, tell Leon you are ready to go, and we will take you to the trauma ward for curse removal.
Fucking table ready at Olive Garden ass thing.
Oh my god, you're exactly right. Oh my... Thanks.
No worries. Have a good evening.
Okay, as they're walking out, Nevis actually as soon as she's out of eye shot of the nurse, she starts, rapidly examining this fucking device. How do I hack this?
Oh, yeah?
Any luck?
You don't think you could examine this unless you take it apart.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna do when we get to Viz's apartment.
Don't do that.
Any luck?
No, but I got a new toy.
We have to wait till tomorrow.
Shit, fucking gods.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and this is why I don't like fucking doctors. Anyways.
What is that new toy of yours?
I don't know. I'm gonna try to figure out how to make it work better.
It's a pager. It's gonna tell us when Nev can go in to get, hopefully, this thing taken out of her.
And this is when they're outside. This is when they're outside, I would imagine. Moving out.
It's
and
about,
stuff.
when they're outside.
3:30 in the afternoon. You guys still have a whole day ahead of you.
And Rhett's gonna say, "Oh, well then just trigger it to give you the buzz then."
That's exactly what my plan is.
Perhaps I'd go off tomorrow. If you have it go off now, that'd be suspicious.
I will say there are a handful of ways that judgment is flawed. Mainly because somebody has to manually set it up, which means they know whether or not you're supposed to come in.
Oh,
that was confirmed with you.
Yeah, so if you buzz
but it'd be real funny.
It wouldn't for Viz.
But then they have to take you in because they gave you a false buzz.
Exactly. And it's, then it'd be bad on them if they gave me a false buzz, and then they have to take me in because they then otherwise.
False buzz makes me want to make a booze joke.
Nev.
Yeah.
Give me the buzzer.
Oh, come on, it'd be funny.
He looks at her with that same look from before. Give me the buzzer.
Off. Hands the thing to him. First I lose my taser, now I lose my new buzzer thing. God damn it.
You can make yourself a nude.
I forgot to mention that Ginny and Bridget are with you.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, were they with us the whole time?
Yeah,
They were, oh god.
They did
Wait,
not.
why couldn't they put a word in?
They didn't wait at the hospital. They let you guys go to the hospital. They're not wandering on Westover. They have things to do. I'm assuming, Viz, you gave them your address to meet up later?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. But you still have the rest of the day. I'm assuming you told them that to reconvene around, like, dinner time or something?
Yeah, at Viz's place.
For sure. So you guys have a couple hours in Westover.
Ned's gonna go get some materials for a new taser.
I did not know
What
this was
about
a hospital.
the observatory?
The what?
Wasn't there an observatory that that's in Westover?
Yeah, you guys have quite a handful of things to do in Westover.
Any chance that, like, how close are we to the observatory?
The observatory is not in Centertown. The observatory is on the observatory is at the peak of Midtown. So it's kind of on the other side of town.
Oh, okay. Roughly how long would it take us to get there?
With the bullet train and then walking, probably an hour.
Okay. Aura's going to go, perhaps we can look into the observatory. I know that that's one of the many places that we will have to go to while we're here.
I mean, I think that's a better idea than just waiting around. Maybe we could
Yes, we
find
can-
something else there at the observatory that could help us out.
I'll
Yes,
give you the
Maurice.
tour.
Do you
Yes.
guys need the list of things?
You
Did
tip-
you forget? Do you want me to give you the list of things that you guys have to do in Westover?
Yeah, I think probably a list of things. Yeah,
Yeah.
give us
We
a-
were on that
I'm
shit
gonna
for
throw you-
a really long
I'm
time.
gonna throw you
give
guys a
us-
fucking bone. Let me throw you a fucking bone. Okay.
Yeah, like type it all out or something.
Yeah, I remember the sketch
please type it
quest.
Yeah.
Sketch
you-
quest.
The
I'd
Save
s-
Nev quest.
Save
Yeah.
the card.
Viz reports to boss quest.
Aurora goes to observatory quest.
Yeah,
there's
that's all I remember.
there is also information on possibly stolen Nithian shipments, and there is the observatory, and there is Nev. At some point, you have to check in with Sketch. That's a deadline, so probably better.
Oh, what's the deadline on that again?
Well, we got here early.
You got here early, so you have to check in minimum 2 days.
Yeah.
In 2 days?
Yeah, minimum 2 days.
Got it.
We got from the next day.
You see
AKA
here-
Oh, sorry, maximum 2 days. Maximum 2 days, because she's leaving in 2 days.
Oh,
Or that's what she told you.
can I go visit her now?
It's up to you guys. What do you want to do?
Do we want to split the party?
Wait. Were all those the options? Wait. What were all the options?
Yeah, we all kind of threw them out at
Check in
once.
with Sketch. Look into the observatory. Viz has to check in with work. And there is a vague thing about stolen Nithian shipments, but that might take some digging.
Yeah, that's.
And we don't
Yeah,
know
oh.
to do that alone.
Do we want to? I mean, for right now, I think. Do we want to split the party?
Only Viz and kind of Nev know where they're going.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know.
We'll figure
where
it
we're
out
going.
though.
Viz can show the rest of the party if Nev knows where to go to talk to Sketch. Wait, wasn't Sketch arrested?
Yeah.
No,
wait.
the-
What?
No, they're going. They're like being trying
They're-
to like find them for so they
If
can.
they're
be taken in.
testifying, they're not
Yeah, they're
actually
testifying.
arrested as far as I know.
Oh, okay. So they're just a
And
prime
really,
suspect.
yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, it's like,
Okay,
and do we know where Sketch is in town
Yeah.
or in Westover?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Would-
Do you know where Sketch lives, Dev?
Oh, would I
Well,
know?
history.
You know what? You don't know where I would say, let's pull out some stuff that Evan made. You don't know where Sketch lives, but you do know where Sketch's office is.
Oh yeah.
Because she's written
I
you
think it-
letters from her office. They've been on the return address.
Oh yeah. It's really. Oh yeah. Well, because it's really funny. She knows where Nev lives.
Yeah. You know that she almost always sends you letters from her office, which, let me double check where that is. It's in Centertown. It's at the, it's in the offices for the Brass Wrench. It's like their offices building, because it's a pretty old organization. It wouldn't be in Midtown. It is on the north end of Centertown. So it's about halfway from, it's like right between where you are now and the observatory. And if you go the other way, it's about halfway between where you are now and Viz's office.
Okay. So yeah, Nev's. Oh god, you guys are gonna join me?
Sure.
Yeah, it'd be funny.
Nev just shows up with her fucking entourage.
Evan, you want to really quickly send me the map of Sketch's office?
Ooh.
Oh shit, I gotta find that.
Take your time. There's no rush.
Well, also,
no, there is definitely a rush.
Cecilia will turn to Nev and, I mean, if you would like some privacy, we also understand. This is your friend.
I have no idea what they want to talk about. So, if you guys want to go to the observatory and do some shopping around, I don't mind.
Hold on, you do know what they want to talk about. Sorry, I'm gonna pipe in. They want you to go with them on a mission. So
I forgot.
If they want you to go with them, you have to make a choice on if you're gonna bring your friends or not.
I think, showing, if you have to be there for a mission, maybe showing who you're traveling with is gonna, help see if Sketch wants you to go on the mission.
Yeah, okay, fair. I bring all of you.
Okay. So,
Waddle.
Are you going to Sketches first? Or you going to the observatory first?
Sketch.
Okay.
It's closer.
Yeah, Sketch.
On the way.
On the way.
Crunch. Okay. So you guys continue to walk through Centertown. Again, beautiful place. A lot of nice stuff going on. There's like these beautiful like old buildings, and you see like people carrying these little flyers as like advertise different things going on in the city. It's like a big general hub of like good stuff and a good time. You go to where Sketch's office is, and you see that the Brass Wrench itself, their facilitative building, almost just looks like an old building. Like my immediate thought is like to picture Jace's office from Arcane. You know how it just kind of looked like a big building? It didn't really look like an office setup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you head in, and there's a receptionist who's kind of like who you like, is holding near a buzzer. He's a security guard. Kind of looks at you all and goes, "Where are you headed?"
Sketchzona.
Sketchzona. Do you want to be the first one today?
Oh yeah.
Are you you got a meeting with her? Is she expecting you?
I mean,
Yes.
within the next few days, yeah.
All right, impromptu. Let's see how this goes. And presses a button, and you see that there's like a little comm there. It's like a magical comm, and you see these like copper wires all fizz together and point up towards the ceiling, and then spin and point to the left, like the left wing of the building. Sketchzona, I have a visitor for you. What's your name, kid?
Say Nev.
Goes by Nev. Do you want me to let her up?
Oh, this is gonna be
We're
fun.
not gonna comprehend that she just called the kid.
It's like an older guy. It's like an older security guard.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's acceptable.
She's
gonna be
here
fun.
with several others.
Oh no.
And
Yeah.
there's like a deft pause. Like a very firm pause. Did you say several others? And the button gets pressed again. Yeah, several others. There's like this tiefling looking kid. There's this hobgoblin wizard girl. There is another gnome that looks exactly like Nev. There's someone wearing a mask with dark clothes, and a woman with a double-bladed glaive and an eye patch.
And then I tech Coraline's with them too,
Oh, that's right. Sorry. And there's also a woman who looks like she's from a ranch outside the city.
Does she
Oh my
have
God.
with her?
Huh?
I'm pretty sure Cheddar's like outside.
It'd
Cheddar.
be really funny if she just brought a full horse inside.
My
Full
assumption
horses.
is you put Cheddar in a stable somewhere and is paying for it. That's my thought.
yeah.
Unless Cheddar's tied up
We'll
outside.
go with that for
We'll
now.
just assume Cheddar's tied outside every building you go into going forward.
Yeah.
There's like another deaf pause. What the fuck?
Can we hear Sketch on the other
Yeah,
end?
you can hear it. It's like a speakerphone. Oh,
We're
fucking
Nev's friends.
typical. Fucking typical. Send him up. And there's like an audible silence after that.
No, just has a stupid smile on her face.
Well, you guys seem like great friends.
Oh, we're the best of friends.
Wait, are we seeing Broom Closet?
Yeah.
Oh.
Room
Why
closet?
Broom? I am intrigued by this story.
Oh,
Don't.
let you let Sketch tell you it. Hey, let's go.
Cannot wait then.
Starts walking upstairs.
Okay, you start walking upstairs. The security guard tells you that the room is 506. It's on the left-hand side. You go up a floating escalator or elevator that kind of floats up a couple floors. You get off, approach 506. It's labeled with a golden plaque that says Apprentice Azona on the outside of it.
Nev doesn't knock. She just waltzes in.
Is it unlocked?
it unlocked?
It is unlocked.
Okay, I was about to say pick the lock. And
Yeah,
it's locked.
good important detail right there.
Well, Nev doesn't open the door. She does like a stupid like knock, like the dot 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 dot, kicks the door in.
Jesus.
Oh, that was a bad time for me to swallow.
Okay. You
Hey,
kick the door open, and are greeted as you yell, "Hey, Sketchy!" You are greeted with probably the messiest office you've ever seen.
Should I send it now?
Go ahead.
Okay, I put in mech art.
Oh, my car. Where?
I did this a while ago. I wasn't able to do it on the computer.
Oh, remember when you drew this?
There is a big window that opens up in the back. You see work tables in the far right corner with all these tools and supplies. There's actually a makeshift like mock-up bed, but there's like stuff thrown all over it. Books are everywhere on these shelves. There's tanks of like some kind of substance in the far right corner. Clothes all over the floor on the right side. There's a sink full with dishes. And in the middle, surrounded by all that mess, like everything on the outsides and on near the windows are a mess. But in the middle, there's a perfectly organized desk under that sits on top of this like really like clean white rug, and a series of books and a candle lit as there's like papers being thrown in, like you could see an ink pen, and sitting behind the desk is Sketch, standing tall at 5'1", shock of deep blue hair, light brown skin, these sharp features. She looks up at you as you walk in with like.
I thought she had blue skin.
That's what I said, blue skin.
I heard brown.
Brown skin.
Sorry, maybe I said brown, I meant blue. Blue skin, you see, she looks up at you and they're fucking pissed. They've got like a clench in their jaw, like a really sharp jaw that's completely clenched. The heterochromic eyes completely narrowed. Unlike at the formal masquerade event where they were wearing formal attire, now they wear this like high-collared brown leather jacket with this tight-fitting shirt. You see these like baggy trousers that are kind of being held up by suspenders that fit underneath that kind of like leather jacket, and they're tucked into these big work boots. There's like a screwdriver behind one ear, and these like goggles that are kind of like sitting on the top of their head that are like lopsided at the moment. And as you walk in, their hand is clenched into a fist. Navanya, why did you bring all these people, and what are you doing?
I don't know, they just followed me. I guess I just must be that popular.
But I thought
She definitely knows.
follow you.
She definitely knows how to draw in a crowd.
Thank you, see? Now, you told me about some kind of special mission. But first of all, how are you? Heard you almost got arrested?
Don't be ridiculous. I'm not getting arrested, and I'm not going to stand no matter what they ask me to do.
Oh man, I really thought it'd be funny if you got arrested.
They're not going to arrest me because it wasn't me who did anything wrong. And even if they do
Oh
call
no,
me to
I know you
stand...
didn't do anything wrong. You're too much of a goody two-shoes to do anything wrong.
Well, Goody Two-Shoes is not going to take me very far if I don't return to stand, because I'll be arrested for not doing that. But it's fine. I'll talk my way out of it. I always do.
Cool. So this mission.
Mm-hmm. Well, as you can tell, I've got a couple things to clear up here at the moment. I have to physically make an appearance tomorrow, just so they know I'm still in town. If I'm going to skip reporting for speaking in front of the Tome of Gold and telling them my piece, I don't want them knowing where I've headed. Because if they do, they will try and follow me. And if they follow me, they'll try and arrest me. If they arrest me, I learn nothing. So, it's not very useful.
If they arrest you, you get to try prison food. And I'll be honest, not really good.
I'm not going to prison. They won't put me in prison.
Can I insight whether or not Sketch is like saying like I'm not going to prison? Like, I know I'm not. Like I've got cover, or they're just like no. Absolutely not. I will run for my life.
Roll an insight check.
That's a dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Let me see. Sketch rolled a 15. What is their deception? No, +0. Okay. You look at this individual and you see a clench in their jaw that you recognize. When you were little and your parents used to tell you things with certainty, because they knew that it wouldn't happen, because they had people that would help them not have things happen. This is very much that situation of a very... It gives very bitter Nepo baby energy.
Didn't understand that last reference, but I understood everything. Else.
Yeah, it's... I don't know how to explain Nepo baby. But... Yeah, how do we explain Nepo baby? Can someone explain Nepo baby, please?
I don't even know what that is.
Please blast a
You're
bloody
just
hell
saying
is
words.
Nepo
What are
baby.
you talking about?
No, yeah, things.
Is this a
Nepotism baby.
Oh.
Nepotism baby.
Oh.
Nepotism
What?
baby. Family and parents in high places, and they get a lot of their stuff from nepotism.
Didn't know what that word meant. My bad.
Okay.
Like Cecilia's a nepo baby.
Cecilia's a Nepo baby.
Okay.
So is
That's a good-
Ginny.
that's a good-
So is Ginny. So is Bridget.
How far do you think you'll be able to go though, without getting arrested?
Far enough. If tea with my mother this morning
you
was any
confident?
indication, it's all made me a bit jaded to the system, if I'm honest. Everything there takes time. Everything in Westover takes time.
Oh yeah, no, I was just at the fucking hospital. Fucking pricks over there.
I was going to ask what the fuck is going on with your skin. It's horrific.
Oh yeah, she like peels a little bit of it. It's
Ugh!
cool, right?
Stop
No!
doing that.
What
Please
happened?
stop doing that.
What happened to
So
you?
Nevis,
It's a rather long story.
Nev closes
Long
the door.
story.
behind her. See, I can tell it. It's my story.
Long story short, she's dying. But
What?
Well, kind of.
Yes, she became cursed by some old demon.
So I may have tangled with Orcus.
You see a forehead, like, immediately hands get pressed to the forehead. In the name of the crafter, what the fuck is wrong with you?
if you have anything to delay the curse, that would be great.
Oh yeah, if you have anything on hand, it'd be wonderful. If not, cool. I'll figure out how to hack my way into the system of the hospital. Anyways.
Yes, she
Wait,
found
wait,
the
what?
necklace in a trash bin.
Well, okay, I was digging around for goodies, and I found this funny little necklace.
I
oh my
don't care
gosh.
what stupid thing you were doing to get you stuck with Orcus. My question is about the hospital.
It's actually pretty important, you know.
What was the question?
My question is about the hospital. Did they not triage you?
No, they told her she would have to wait, and they gave her something called
They
a...
told her
Pager?
tomorrow. Yeah, they told her she'd get a word tomorrow how soon it would be able to happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Nev's brother, by the way. I didn't introduce
Oh yeah,
myself.
this is Fizz.
Sketch
You could,
looks alarmed.
you know, we kind of look alike.
There's a lot of emotions on Sketch's face right now. A lot of them, like, it was concern, it was anger, it was, like, annoyance. Now it's just alarm. I did not know you had a brother. It's a pleasure. Walks over and, like, holds out their hand to you.
Visnota Voidwalker, nice to meet you. I've heard Viz looks distressed a lot about you.
Somehow that's not comforting. However,
It's not.
I've read your articles in the paper. Quite impressive. You have a way with words.
Anyway, so I was thinking of business.
What?
And then just like,
Yeah, you just like we're just.
You completely
sorry,
out there.
and then just goes, as like they're talking, they just goes, anyways, I was, and you see it as the attention is off of her now, she just goes, anyways, I was in the trash, and I found a funky little necklace, and I'm like, oh, it's an eyeball, cool, someone stuck their eyeball in the thing, and then I put it on, not thinking anything, and then I had these nightmares and stuff, and then suddenly, boom, woke up with a stupid thing in my chest, and it wouldn't come out.
Sketch snaps her fingers and casts silence around you. Jesus. Jesus.
You could just see Nev, like, cursing her out, but like it's just there's no words coming out at all or noises.
Rut's just covering her mouth and like almost trying not to laugh, but you could tell he's smiling.
Apologies. She is a lot.
You guys seem to have a wonderful, wonderful friendship going on.
If you could call it that.
I cast
wants to say
under
it, but she
Sketch's
can't.
feet.
You cast what?
Grease underneath Sketch's feet.
Silence.
It takes a minute to cast, so
Is it a verbal thing? Oh.
Her back is to you, so we'll wait and see if in a minute she notices. But she's talking to all of you now. All right, so you headed to the hospital, and then what? Did they not triage Nevin?
No, they didn't.
Nev doesn't have a thing at the hospital, so we had to tell the person behind the desk, hey, we really need to get this sorted out, and then some unenthused nurse came in and, like, I don't know, just told us that, hey, we'll tell you tomorrow if your triage is getting moved up or not.
All right.
We tried to explain to them the situation, but they did not seem very interested.
Yes, the hospital is quite overrun. Any curses or anything that takes a longer form is less of a priority than emergencies. I'm familiar with the system. Quite familiar with the system.
Do you think you might be able to do anything to help her?
I bet you I can. Give me a moment. Reaches out and holds her hands together, and it's slight, but you can see a wince in the eye as they begin to cast magic, and you see that their hands are actually shaking as they do so. But they do cast it, and she grits her teeth, and then holds her hand like almost like a walkie-talkie, as you see this like weave of like white magic around her hand, and talks into it. Headmaster, this is Sketchazona. I have a friend who's in dire need of an immediate curse removal. Her name is Nirvana Voidwalker. If you could extend the gratitude of upping her on the list, I would be in your debt. And there is a silence as they listen. About this time, it's been a minute. Grease is cast.
no.
What's the save on that?
Let me see.
Oh no.
Oh no. Let's see. It's a Dex 15.
Dex 15. No, Dex is not great.
Oh no.
14 does not beat it.
Viz will help.
Sketch, you're about to
Sketch.
walk into.
And,
Viz will help Sketch, like, try to, like, make it so they don't fall.
Sketch's arms are behind her back as she's kind of pacing, waiting for a message. And then as she starts to hear a message, they turn and go, oh, fantastic, and immediately slips on the grease.
Can Aurora, like, grab
Yeah,
them?
Viz wants to try to so they don't fall.
You both reach out and hang on to her as they're, like, kind of standing there for a minute. Holy crap.
Never just has her hand over her mouth, which is funny because she still has silent casted on her.
Nev snaps her fingers and the silence is uncast. You're such an asshole. I was just doing something for you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't. Grace takes a fucking minute to
Darling,
cast.
darling, your message is your message thing.
Oh, yeah.
What?
Was sketch casting message during that, or I thought?
No,
Because
no,
it sounded
they,
like
they had
Sketch was
already
responding.
casted
Okay.
it. They were waiting for a
Oh
reply.
god, yeah, I thought they were.
That would have been so funny if they casted again to respond.
Yeah. Oh yes, just something.
You fucking asshole!
Asshole.
Sketch takes off one of the gloves. Nev, because you saw it before, you see it now. The veins on the hand that were already green from the antinethine are spreading.
Oh, yeah.
As they're adjusting like a glove on their arm and like gently putting it back in place.
Now, okay, now why haven't you gone to the hospital? I have my reasons. You don't.
I also have my reasons, and it's none of your business.
Oh, good. My business is none of your business either. But why did?
Anyway.
The reason I've not headed back
what
to the
was the news?
hospital is because I'm not concerned about the fact that I think they can cure me. This is a mistake I've made on my own, and it has everything to do with the brass wrench and my research, and less, in fact, to do with curses or ailments. And besides, if my mother knew what was going on with my magic, it would be more trouble than it's worth.
Yeah, but like the more you keep this lingering on, you know, you're giving her more time to figure it out.
My mother's not that kind of person. She is more focused on the image I give out. I improve my strong points, I hide what I lack, and it's better if my mom's convinced I'm perfect.
That sounds quite exhausting.
Yeah, actually.
It's fine. I've had a long time to deal with it. It's not a concern. Not anymore. She's busy anyway. Politicians always are.
Not to
Out of character. Sketch has mommy issues.
Oh dear.
Not to change the subject, but what was the news about Nev's triage? And as he asked that, can Rhett try and think of like, okay, sketch, politician, status, person, who's this person?
Make a history check.
Okay. That's pretty decent. It's not too bad. Is another 19 total.
19 total. Okay. A very, very long time ago, when you were small,
Sorry.
there was you were running through town with like your friends at the time, and there was a town crier, and town criers always announce outside news, like big outside news. There are 3 like political rings in Westover: the Tome of Gold, the Tome of Silver, and the Tome of Bronze. The Tome of Bronze handles like municipal matters. The Tome of Silver handles specifically things that go on between like the like Ospedon-based issues in litigation, countrywide needs and stuff. But then there's the Tome of Gold. Ospedon was once this like collection of like these small monarchies, right? But the Tome of Gold is the one above all of them. They are the council that unanimously votes, like they're unanimously voted on. You have to be completely voted by every single person in the tome to be accepted, and then they serve until they die. And basically they pass motions not just on an Ospedon basis, but on like a general basis. Like if the Tome of Gold decides this is the case, that is what it is, and that's for everything in Ospedon. And usually it bleeds into the Republic of Wylan as well, because the courts know that the Tome of Gold have a lot of power, and they will do what they want to let things pass and to let Gildmoor progress, especially since they are responsible for most of Gildmoor's progression, like the floating city. That floating city was the result of a choice done by the Tome of Gold. A long time ago, you remember the last time a person was elected to the Tome of Gold, because it doesn't happen all that often. Mainly because some of the people on there are 500 years old or have been on there forever. But the youngest member of the Tome of Gold, who was elected 20 years ago, was a female air genasi by the name of Evian Ozona.
Evian, okay.
And you remember the reason that she got elected. The youngest to ever be elected because she was a former chief operator for the Force of Westover. So she's a cop. And she was a very, very high-ranking cop as well. And the kind that specifically was obsessed with stopping illicit activities coming in and out of Umberfall. And not only specific activities, stopping stuff going in and out of Umberfall, but was the first person to, was a officer who was actually stopped a civil war from happening between Umberfall and Westover.
So she's Caitlin from Arcades.
Maybe, yeah.
Maybe?
Not quite, but
Oh.
inspiration where inspiration comes.
She can... Sorry, I just looked at the game text. She can never meet Nev. Absolutely not.
Rhett raises an eyebrow. Rhett raises
a heart attack.
Rhett raises an eyebrow, kind of coming to his realization as he's asking the question. Looks between Nev, looks between Sketch, looks between Nev, with his, no pupil eyes. It's like, okay. Makes that observation. Anyway, the question was about the triage.
Okay. Sketch kind of nods and goes, yes, you should be hearing soon. I've done what I can with my previous influence at the hospital.
Sweet, now I'm gonna do what I can, and she's gonna snatch the little device from Viz's pocket.
Absolutely not. Viz is not letting that go.
Oh my god, you can just... Yeah, he's just holding it above Nev's head because he's just
He's only slightly taller.
You can hand it to one of us who are even taller, you know.
That'd be funny. Oh my god, yeah, because Nev's just oh, come on. All I need to do is just snap a few of the wires, reconnect them, bing bada boom, alarm go off.
Thank you for that.
They have to take us.
Thank you very much, Sketch, for your help.
Thank you.
Happy to.
I don't mean to intrude upon this, but wasn't there a reason that you were supposed to be here to meet with Sketch, Nev?
Oh yeah, your funny little mission thing.
Right. Well, I wasn't expecting so many of you to join. No offense. It's just this one requires a bit of tact.
Oh, it's fun. Fine now. Now you have an audience. Now you have more people. Now you have more hands to help. If you guys want to, you know. I mean, we fought a giant fucking goose and a dragon, you know.
We all do jazz hands.
You fought a what?
Hands help. Jazz.
Well, we didn't fight a dragon. We more so,
we helped the dragon with marketing. It's not important. What's your whole thing about?
Nev takes out the little presentation photo of the dragon. She's like, haha, see for yourself.
Anyways, this mission that you requested help on.
Right. Sorry, this is a lot to process.
Okay, I'm a lot to process.
You are.
Been on that boat for a very long time.
I know that, Navanya. You're always a lot to process. This is not new information.
Everyone says that once. You are.
Alright. Okay. I'm going to the mines in Sudbury. There's a lead I've been investigating for some time. Are you aware that Neijan shipments have been stolen for the last few months?
We've heard about it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I believe they can be tracked down to Sudbury, being stockpiled in a location outside of the town. I think I know where it is. It's a very unauthorized trip to scout it out, and it's quite dangerous, and it requires a lot of discreet... I'm going to say that again, Navanya. A lot of discreet...
All I heard was unauthorized and dangerous, and yeah, I'm in.
No, you can continue and stuff, but you before expected her to be able to do that?
I mean, it is kind of a, a bold statement, but I can be discreet when I want to be.
Aurora just looks at Nev.
Right. Let's pretend for a moment that you can be discreet, and that you'd be willing to be discreet. And let me be very clear, Navanya. If we get captured because you weren't discreet, I will kill you before they can kill you.
And I'd like to see a tribe. Anyways, so what's the plan?
Is this flirting?
There is literally a twitch. It's such a visible twitch of like the feeling of.
Is there like a vein throbbing in
yeah,
in
literally.
Their head?
It's like she is so angry by the feeling of being underestimated by Nev that literally something twitches like everywhere, and just
the tension in the room is incredible.
Brett like leans over to Maribel. I think they're flirting. Whispers.
Sketch turns around, goes over to the desk, throws the desk drawer open with like a ferocity, and grabs something wrapped in a handkerchief and opens it. It's the bullet that you sent.
Hey, it's my thing.
Yes, thanks for the warning, by the way.
You're welcome.
Drops it on the desk. This substance, it's being traced. People are selling it illegally on the streets, and I'm not entirely aware of what it's capable of at the moment, but look, I am a very, very capable person. This would not be my first rodeo with combat, so to say. And this would also not be my first rodeo with danger. But this substance is messing with my magic. Severely. I'm at about a quarter of the capacity I usually have. And if I wasn't afraid of the fact that I'm not at full strength to defend myself, I wouldn't ask for your help at all. But you're capable, and your friends are certainly capable, if you can make it out of a scathe with a dragon, so yes, if you want to come, I would accept your help. And if you don't, I'll go anyway.
Nev kind of looks at the rest of the group.
Out of character, the place that Sketch mentioned, is that... Where is that?
Sudbury?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, where is that on the... Is that on the map, or is that...
You guys flew over it. It is, Sudbury is a very small village that you flew over. It's in the mines of like Mount Vesavon. It's like right on the cusp of Mount Vesavon. It's very, very small.
We might see our friend again, our dragon friend again.
So we would have to leave Westover.
So it's the opposite direction of where Bridget and Ginny want to go, isn't it?
It's north. They want to go east.
Yeah. Shit.
By Sand Dune, it should only take a day and a half of travel. If we're fast.
Oh.
It's by
That's
Sand
pretty
Dune.
fast.
Well, sandworms are fast. That's why we enlist sandworms to go through the scathing wilds.
Yeah, this saw a sandworm on our way here. He doesn't remember what fucking kind it was, though. I didn't know if you were there, Fizz.
Viz just looks at Nev and does like the hand gesture of from on top of the boat how big it was. It's like, and he like mouths this big.
And you said you had to be you're going out there in about 2 days?
If I don't, I'm going to miss my opportunity to sneak out of Westover, because they will know I did not show up for court and they will be looking for me.
Sorry. You keep going.
Never's just gonna say, well, that's great. You know, we have 2 days to do whatever the fuck. Get me cured. And then in 2 days we can go on that mission. Sounds good, friends? If you guys wanna.
Out of character, I was just about to ask. Because I'm trying to remember because... Throw me a bone here, because that ship took a long ass time. We were supposed to go to Westover and kind of do a bunch of things, and then Ginny and Bridget were kind of gonna like wait, like, you know, a little bit, you know, just so we could do those things, and then we're gonna go with them, right? So they're waiting, just in general, in Westover.
Yeah, they're hanging out. I should also say I made a bit of mistake. It's towards Sudbury. It's not in Sudbury.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like we're going to it. We'll just be between Westover and Sudbury.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
going between
somewhere.
that. You're actually going to the base of the mountain, so you would be following the ocean, if anything. You guys saw Sudbury in the distance, but it's actually a little, like, it was a little more south and closer to the ocean. Like, it was in the distance, but you didn't go over it. Yeah. You would be going to the base of the mountain, which would be about a day's travel by Sandburg. Because you're going along the ocean.
Okay. Aurora nods. It certainly does make sense.
We'll be willing to help, I'd say.
I'm not going to promise you it won't be dangerous.
We did almost possibly get.
You're very muffled. I can't.
You
we can't
got
hear
very
you.
muffled there, Wild.
Oh God, hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now you do.
Okay. I was gonna say, we did almost get eaten by a dragon,
And those alligators.
and the goose.
Oh, the goose fucking sucked.
Well, in this case, you'd be dealing with humans and, quite frankly, assassins. Because as far as I know,
Ooh.
these have been stolen by
Looks
people
at
with great power.
Mirabelle.
If it's who I think it is, then I have a personal score to settle on this one.
Jesus, that's quite the intensity.
You get used to it.
Yeah, Mirabelle's what we call the honest assassin.
It's alright. I respect intensity. I've been told I have it as well. Regardless.
Sounds like we have a plan.
Yes.
Yep.
Again, discreetness. As far as I'm concerned, we go there, we learn what we can, and we leave without getting caught. The place of interest seems to be, I'm trying to think of the word for it. A media zone? Something crashed there ages ago. It used to be a site to see if you could find any rocks or other objects of interest that fell from the sky, but in this case it left a crater in the ground not that long ago.
At that, Aurora's ears twitch.
Luckily, it was a desert. So, whatever they're stocking there, it's a fantastic place to do so, because it offers a natural cave system.
You said something crashed there?
Yes, a rock from space.
When did this happen?
Well, this particular meteorite fell 15, 20 years ago.
And checks when did do we have a rough idea of when the caves that we explored when we ran into the Wendigos, how old that was? I don't remember if we were ever given like a date frame or something.
Those were mines, so they were man-made.
Those were mines, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And it was just the meteoroid with the Nithine just happened to be there.
Yeah. You gather if
Okay.
that's a meteorite that was in a cave, it's way older, because it would have had to been hit the surface of Gildmoor and then been buried under more rock over the years.
Okay. Thank you. Alright, sorry about that.
Yeah.
Aurora kind of thinks for a moment and goes, and is the Nithine coming from this location, or these people are using it as a hideout, you think? Or storing it?
Oh, that's what I'm going to go find out. But the arms I have seen move in and out of Westover, just monitoring, knowing what to look for, my guess is it's crawling with people, which is concerning, because it means that if this is linked to the assassin, they either got the poison that killed the Covingtons from these people, or this is part of some wider and even more alarming conspiracy.
Oh.
The creatures that we fought in the mines were powered by Nithine, or they were made stronger by Nithine.
They were consuming it.
What?
Show the
Oh.
picture.
Oh yeah. Oh, she like, pulls out the really gruesome picture of like her. whole-
She goes through all her pictures and then goes to the back one.
Yeah, all her pictures are. Some of them are like really bad selfies that she took when she was first trying out her camera, and stuff. She's like, well, and then she pulls out the one that it's like her holding the head of the Wendigo.
Oh, holy crafter. It's morbid, Navanya.
Yes. Yeah, it's funny though, you know. So yeah, all this goopy stuff right here, that's all Nithine, and they were like, they were eating it like cotton candy.
It doesn't
Yes,
look
that creature and 2 others. Well, there were 2 other creatures who were smaller than it. They seemed to be incomplete compared to this one. They were devouring or drinking. The Nithine straight out of the... Aurora kind of paused for a moment and just kind of remembering what happened and goes, out of the meteorite. And it made them stronger.
Well, then we have to be prepared for the fact that there might be more monsters like that in this crash site. At the very least, assassins and champions of hollowed gods won't be our only concern.
Sorry. Mm-hmm.
So champions of hollowed gods.
Mm-hmm. I believe at this point you're probably familiar with the hilt. Leaving mass markings all over the place. It seems like wherever they leave their mark at a stolen Nithine shipment, it gets, well, illicitly carried to this meteor site.
You think the hilt would be there?
Not necessarily. They're busy. They're showing the mark everywhere. They could be here, they could be halfway to island. I don't know how they get around so fast, but regardless, it's a problem.
You think they could be using portals?
That would be terrifying. But there's also a strange magic that connects all of Gildmoor's teleportation together. It's what sometimes allows folks from Tyrosa to come here so quickly. Honestly, though, my guess is that the hilt is not working alone, which makes them even more dangerous.
Yeah. Well, you know, scary people in high up places, they got a lot of scary people in lower places to help them out.
Sure. Let's hope it's just that. Regardless, is there anything else I can help any of you with while you're here in Westover? You have 2 days to prepare. If there's anything in particular you're looking for, I'm happy to be of service. And Ivana, if you want something, you can go second.
Back at you.
Aurora just like opens her mouth like about to say something and just like jaw closes and just confusedly looks at Rhett.
Rhett immediately thinks of a sex trick, but he does not say it.
Viz stares daggers at Rhett.
The on his face, and he's just covering his mouth, just like,
We're all thinking it, but we're not. None of us are gonna say it.
Oh no, actually, when Sketch says that, Nev says, "Oh, I would love to."
There we go. There we go. She said it for me.
Okay.
What's your armor class?
Not
dear.
Yeah.
16.
16?
I'm about to get smacked.
It's smoted by God.
You take 10 points of lightning damage
Oh damn!
as Sketch reaches out, grabs her shoulder and goes, "That's not necessary," and shocks you with a shocking grasp.
Oh my god.
Maybe that would have shocked the life back into her, maybe.
You never know.
Yeah, unfortunately, I ain't Frankenstein.
The shocking grasp, Nev, is not as strong as it usually feels. This is not the first time Sketch has gotten angry and thrown something lightning at you. Particularly the first time you met as well was one of those instances. But in this case, as it reaches out, you get a sense that she knew it wouldn't be as strong, otherwise she probably wouldn't have done it. But it more makes your hair stand on end, and as she pulls her hand away, they shake it out. Like it looked painful for them as well.
Are you
So
alright?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I shock myself all the time.
No,
We weren't talking
I was
about you. We
actually
were talking about
asking
Sketch.
Oh,
It's
that's
fine.
a good look on you.
His Nev's hair is just flared out.
Yeah.
She looks like she looks like a little fluff ball, like a cotton ball. Yeah, wait. Yeah, like that looks like it'll hurt your hand real bad.
Oh, it's fine. 'Tis but a flesh wound. It's nothing. It's
Did she say 'tis but a flesh wound?
Yes.
It's nothing.
Oh god, every
It-
time I...
It's
No.
a reverberation from
No.
a shocking grasp.
This is what Nev looks like right now. It's really anything but peaceful.
Well,
Regardless, I would
thank
be
you
happy
for
to
your-
assist anyway. If you have any places you would like an expert opinion on, or if you need to find something, I'm happy to point you in the right direction.
No,
we
it's
were
like
also-
I got nothing. That was kind of my closer. Any of you?
we were also on our way to the observatory.
Oh, fantastic. The Cloud Point
you-
Observatory.
Yes. Do you have any recommendations on? Shit. I'm trying to remember what we needed to do at the observatory. What were we gonna do the observatory again? I'm asking out of character.
Oh, you're asking me?
Next? Yeah.
Yeah.
That would be a good place to know about, like, meteors or anything to do with, like, space.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right.
I
Yeah.
think we were going to use it to try to jog Aurora's memory, potentially.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Aurora looks at Sketch and goes, "Yes, I'm a bit fascinated by these meteorites containing the Nithane, and hope to get some clarity on things there."
Of course. The observatory is a great resource to use if you're looking for something like that. What I would recommend is actually speaking straight to the head of the observatory. That would be Kian. Nope, that is the name of the kid at the desk. Sorry, hold on.
How about say?
I thought it was Leon.
I was like, hang
Leon,
on.
It's Leon. I'm combining Kion and Leon. It's fine. It would be Salvius. Dr. Salvius is the head of the observatory, and is also a explicit studier of space. He has a daughter, if you find her running around. Her name is Bessa.
So Dr. Salvius and Bessa is what she said.
Yes, a little girl. If
Bessa.
Bessa. If you befriend her, she'll probably take you to Dr. Salvius.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Of course, if you need anything else, just politely page me.
I'll do it with the most disrespect I have.
Wouldn't expect anything else.
Just take care of yourself. The Nithine. Aurora looks at the hand where the green veins were. Just be careful.
There's nothing I can do about it now. Just gotta figure out how to live with it. But
Or you can just chop the arm off. I mean, I've managed.
it's not.
Aurora
the arm.
like does a smacks her hand over Nev's mouth. Just be careful.
What? It's funny. It'd be funny, you know? I mean, hey,
Navanya,
I've...
Once again, you underestimate my intelligence. Do you think I haven't already cut it off and had it regrown?
Oh my. You're joking,
That
right?
is insight.
Make an
Can I
check.
insight that?
Sure, make an insight check.
I also want to insight, even though my insight's bad.
That is a
Okay.
15 total.
That's a
That
13.
is. I got a 21.
I got a 13.
Sketch is a fucking cutthroat bitch. She cut off her arm and had it regrown to see if it would still be.
Holy shit.
Aurora just very slowly blinks.
Nev kind of just Nev just has like a intrigued smirk on her face. After hearing that.
Mirabelle just kind of rubs her prosthetic arm like, why couldn't I get that lucky?
We will leave you for now. Sketch. Thank you very much for your help. Or it's kind of like, yo, she's not kidding. But I was just looking like, oh shit.
Anyway,
Nev's like, see you in 2 days' time, don't get arrested. And then leaves.
all right. So, we have been playing for quite some time.
Yeah. I need to go.
Are you going straight to the observatory?
I mean, if you guys are good with it.
Logically speaking, we would, but I don't know
Yeah,
when you want to
logically-
end the session because I don't know, because you said we were going to
I
end
am
this
tired.
arc.
I am
You were
also
gonna-
tired.
You were also going to say, weren't you saying that we were an arc in Westover, so are you trying to end the arc right now, or just
Here's
the session?
what I am saying. In 15 minutes, we could maybe end the arc. Or I could end the arc next session, and we could end the arc at the meteor place.
Ooh.
Okay,
There's
so
a-
when you're saying 15 minutes, like 15 minutes of gameplay and call it good?
15 minutes of gameplay, and I could end the arc there. Otherwise, we're gonna play until we end the arc at the meteor pit, because I was not expecting you guys to get to Westover this quickly.
I mean, I'm good to end in Westover, but I'm
meeting-
on the later time zone than everybody else.
In a pit where, like, with the mission?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. What does everyone vote?
I kind of want to go now, and then we do one more session to end the arc.
Yeah.
I'm kind of down for that.
I'm very
It gives-
curious about, I'm very
it
curious
also
about
gives-
these minds.
Yeah, it also gives Wolfview enough time, because it's going to be this, and then
I
next.
mean, I will say, here's the thing. I'm ready to start whenever. So it's like,
That's
I mean, I'm personally good for 15 minutes of gameplay, but at the same time, I'm the one who's, for me, it's only 8:45, and it's very late for the rest of you, so I'm down for whatever.
It's almost midnight where I am.
I think we're talking about, like, doing the meteor the next session. I mean, like, end 15 minutes and then do the rest. This is, like...
What?
Like, next session,
What?
right?
No, like,
I would
no,
end
like
it- I would
15
end
minutes
it right
left of
now.
gameplay arc ends. Like, we stop.
Yeah, it's either we play for 15 more minutes and we end the arc, or we stop playing now, and then next session we end the arc at a later point.
Oh, yeah, that.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so
I'm down for that one.
Am I in a session here
Yes,
tonight?
do your little end arc spiel.
Do your...
Okay.
You mean end of session?
End session!
End of session spiel. I'm sorry, I'm
Okay.
tired.
This would be kind of an anticlimactic way to end the arc.
Okay, I'm gonna end this session in 2 minutes. So,
Okay.
you all begin to head over to the observatory, and you know you take the bullet train. You get there. Who just gasped? That scared the fuck out of me.
I yawned.
I think that was a yawn.
Oh, okay. You head over and you get to a point where you're wandering through Midtown. And Midtown, you're so familiar with it, Viz, that you're able to get through absolutely no problem. You just wander through and you head immediately to where you know the observatory is. When you get to the observatory, you're met with a large oval-shaped building with a spire built on top of it. And you see that it's built almost like a laboratory. And at the top of it, this little spire, you actually see that it's made of like this glass with this lens that is entirely green. The same color as Nithine. Not antinithine, Nithine. That dark green glass. And it's in a stationary position at the moment. And it doesn't seem to be like moving in any capacity. You approach the doors. It's usually not a bustling place, but it's usually like, you know, at least you can walk through and, you know, experience it. Viz, you go to walk in and something immediately kind of feels wrong.
Oh.
The door is ajar. And it's almost always shut.
The observatory?
Viz, I don't know, knocks on the door and he's like, hello?
You hear no answer.
guess he pushes the door open.
You push the door open, and inside there's usually a little, there's a front desk where you see a sign that says Cloud Point Observatory, and there's usually somebody who greets you behind the desk, and instead, behind the desk, you see a figure hunched over in a chair with their head down.
Viz kind of like walks in.
Rhett looks around.
You look
Anything
around.
Particular other than that?
It is,
Nev.
it is eerily quiet as you look around, Rhett. And
Aurora's gonna draw her glaive.
you draw your glaive. Viz, you step
And
forward.
Nev, yeah. Nev gets her thunder cannon ready.
You all slowly begin to move through, and Viz, you approach the slumped figure, and you see it is a young girl, maybe 19, 20. This long dark hair that's pulled back into a braid, kind of like on the one side and then kind of cut short on the other. She has like a lab coat on, and as you approach and you look, you see red. And the front of her chest has been slit open.
Oh my god.
She's almost completely severed in half and slumped against the chair. And that's when you see the blood all over the floor. And then you see...
Can I?
Behind that, where there's stairs that go up and ascend, a trail of blood.
How can...
And I look around the room.
This is like a front hall. So there's like a hall that goes to your right and a hall that goes to your left, with like these sealed doors, and there's nobody behind either one. It's like a see-through door. You can see like a laboratory on one end. Right now there's nobody in there. It's like a small laboratory. And on the other side, it looks like to be a restroom. And there's nobody there either.
Can Rhett shimmy on over where closer to this girl was, or is, but alive once? How... You said there was like a in the the chest and she's almost torn apart. This looks very gruesome, right? Like this is like no reason to be this gruesome, but it's like very intensely
Is this overkill?
overkill,
Yes.
right?
Like, to put on a show.
Yes, it's severely over. It's like... It's beyond
Like a
swords
warning of
and
like,
da-
this could be
it's-
you or something.
It's beyond swords and daggers. This looks like a massive, sharp thing cleaved her in half.
Rhett kind of like mouths to the rest of the group. Hilt?
Is the blood fresh?
Yes, it is.
Nev casts fairy fire on the stairs.
And Cecilia casts mage armor on herself.
We go up the stairs, guys?
I guess so.
Yeah.
What do? You go up the stairs?
Go. Yeah.
First I cast fairy fire on the stairs.
You cast fairy fire on the stairs. Nothing on the stairs, but they ascend up. Into like what looks to be like another upper room. To the actual observatory.
Stealthily go up the stairs, very quietly.
Yes, quiet as we can all be.
Okay. You slowly make your way up. You see that the floors white are like stained with blood. And at the top of the stairs, like on the stairs, like hunched over, there's another body. This one is of a male dragonborn, older. Glasses that have been stepped on and shattered. Another cut from the back down to like the bottom of the tailbone, sliced in half like he was running away, and something cut him down.
It looks like a scientist, right?
It does.
This was the. I'm guessing that we can all put two and two together that this was the father and daughter that Sketch told us about.
No.
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it doesn't seem like it.
Okay.
Can Rhett Because I'm gonna guess that this observatory has like locked doors some places too.
It goes straight up into what looks like another like sliding door. And like
Okay.
it goes. This place only goes up into like a second observatory floor. And as you kind of like move up the
Dumb-
stairs, you could see.
Dumb question. When you got a second.
Yeah, as you like head to this like sliding door, you can see like streaks of like that orange red color and crimson splashed against the glass.
Can I tell, looking at these injuries, what sort of weapon would have done this?
Sure. Make a survival check.
Okay. Yeah, probably not going to be able to tell. That was a 9 total.
9 total. Something big. Bigger than your glaive, bigger than a great axe, bigger than a great sword.
Oh boy.
Oh shit.
Can I? Give me a minute. Can I make a check? I want to make. Investigation.
What are you looking for?
I want to see if whatever made these cuts wasn't a weapon, but like from a creature.
Sure. Roll an investigation check.
Bitch, not 20.
Jesus.
So
Oh,
total
damn.
27.
Okay.
I stick my hand in the cut and I just
You actually
Right.
measure it. You put your hand in there and you measure it with your fingers. And you know what? It's not too dissimilar to the size of that dragon's claws. You were in them, so you remember. It's almost that size.
And that dragon was pretty big, right?
It was pretty big.
Yeah. This wasn't a weapon. Something big and bad did this. Something about as big as that dragon we met.
Can't be. How would they even got?
Perhaps that wasn't the only dragon. Well, there's some other creatures.
Can Rhett look on the body real quick, and try and find like some sort of key or key card?
Do I find it? Oh wait, do I find anything else with that investigation check or
Yes,
just that?
you do.
Oh,
Around
because that wasn't
the
20.
serration of the wound, you actually kind of pull your hand away because you recognize the substance immediately. Around the serrated edges where the claws strike down, there's this faint but there, like neon green brush.
Oh no.
Oh, great.
Looks a lot like Antinethine.
Well, it's Wendigo 2.0, but bigger and scarier, probably.
Oh dear.
Behind the sliding glass in the next room, you hear a bang.
What kind of bang? Like something being thrown bang or tossed around, or like a gunshot bang?
A table being flipped.
Oh my god.
Oh boy. Can we look through the door? Like, can we see inside?
Get cover while we're looking.
You step up and kind of peer through the glass, and it's foggy from the blood. You can barely make out what's beyond it, but you can see a body. You can see the shadow of a body hunched right by the door, as if the person got thrown, smeared, and dragged across the glass. And then inside, there's a shape, this like hulking shape. It's huge, and it's kind of like you can see it kind of like moving about this like room.
Does it look familiar?
You can't see what it is. You can only see a shape of something huge.
Okay,
and
so we can't
monstrous.
even see like any. Okay.
Yeah.
Is there like? Oh, so you say this is a sliding door? Like, can we like slide it just enough to peek inside, or is the only way to get it like it's just gonna pop open?
You could slide it slowly.
Okay. Aurora's gonna look at the group, kind of like silently question of like, open to see.
Rhett just makes the signal a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Aurora like peeks it open just enough to be able to like poke her one eye around.
Okay. Make a perception check.
Okay. Just regular perception, not getting help from anybody.
Just standard perception. You're the only one looking. If you tried to fit another face in here, it would be obvious that you were there.
Okay. That is a 12.
12. You look at the room, And the immediate sites you take
Wait,
in are...
reroll.
Ooh.
Thank you, Cecilia.
It could be worse. Oh shit!
Excuse my excitement. I do
Okay.
that every time. Sorry.
I love that I said it could be worse right as you screamed.
Okay, nat 20 does make a difference. So, big difference. You look in,
My bad, guys.
and you
I just
see...
scared the shit out of my cat.
You look in, and you see that not only are there 4 bodies that have been, like, obliterated, massacred, thrown, tossed, shredded. There's a literal shoulder that's like completely shredded apart from a body, dropped on the ground. You also see this like actual like destruction of the inside, intentional destruction. Claws that have ripped apart papers, ripped apart research. You also see cowering and like being still and completely quiet in a corner tucked in under one of the desks. You see this tiny little Loxodon girl. She has pale pink skin and these like tiny little tusks that come out from under her mouth. She looks like maybe 5 or 6, and she's clutching like a teddy in her hand and like completely cowering in the corner with her eyes shut, and she's shaking but she's not looking. And her eyes are completely screwed shut, and she's not looking at all, and she's just staring at the ground. Like, with her eyes shut, clutching this toy, not making any noise. And you can see her in the far corner. And she's out of view of the monster that you see in this room.
Mm-hmm.
It is this massive abomination. Almost reptilian, with, like, the face of what is almost this, like, disfigured dragon. But, like, the jaw is completely unhinged and disconnected and has rows and rows of these lizard teeth that almost, like, point down with these serrated edges. It has almost, like, parts of wings that fold and disconnect, but they don't have any actual practical purpose. They just look monstrous and provide protection to this creature's back. Green in nature and sticking out ajar in many places. Arms, hands, body completely, entirely covered by these, like, Neijan neon green scales, and these feet that extend out into these 2 pointed claws that you can see right away can rear back and slash and kick, and it's probably what did a majority of this damage. And hands that extend into these smaller claws for grabbing and controlling. And this creature is just currently walking around the room. You can hear it now, the noise that it's making as it moves about quietly, taking up a lot of the space that you can actually hear and make sense of, as it's just gently kind of like, whoa, sorry.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Holy shit!
Sorry.
Oh my god, I
hate
jumped.
this. You need to get rid of that. I don't want it.
Wait, you don't like monster noises?
It's too much. Not after 5 hours.
But I like I like receiving a trigger warning beforehand.
Yeah, please warn us.
It's sniffing as it moves throughout the room, trying to take in the sounds and smells. Like it's still looking for something that hasn't quite revealed itself yet. And it continues to just shatter and destroy research. And you take in the sights of an absolutely monstrous, covered in blood, Antinethine monster. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh, bugger.
Oh, we have to save the baby.
How are
You
you
save the
expecting to just end this session next week? What the fuck?
Well, yeah, no, we saved the baby, we killed Godzilla.
I don't think it's gonna be that simple.
I think we're gonna kill Godzilla. Anyways, I need to go to bed. That was a fun session, though.
That was fun. I'm gonna stop the stream because it's long, but thanks for watching.
Alright.
Holy shit.
See you next week, gamers.
Jesus
All right.
Christ.
Bye.